Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy. I hope you're all having a lovely night tonight. Nah, we're gonna wreck the meat eaters, Fu-chan. That's how it's going on. Okay, so this is going to be a few things. We're going to do some reviews, some video reviews. One of which is going to be a vegan debate. We are going to review videos on politics. But there's actually I'll list some of the videos we're reviewing. We're reviewing a video. So this is going to be. Oh, that is me. We're not reviewing me. Okay. We are reviewing a video on politics. We are reviewing why BreadTube video essays have become so stale. We're going to review a debate between a religious bigot, quote unquote, debates conservative lesbian. How Sweden is destroyed by the immigration crisis. Why a growing number of American men say they're in a friendship recession. We have the vegan debate. Conspiracy and democracy. The case against democracy. And also we might check out theists are terrified of this crucial argument, casually debunked by rationality rules, and the most evil idea in the New Testament with Richard Dawkins. That's Alex O'Connor. And if we get time, we might even check out the debate on the Crucible on Christian nationalism between President Sunday and I don't know if it's Big Papa Fascist who's like Andrew who's doing it, but we'll find out. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan for tonight. We've got a few video reviews coming in. We might even have some time for call-ins, depending on how things go. How does that sound, everyone? Does that sound good? Yeah, we're going to start with the vegan debate. So, yeah. Herr Lord Pastor, Herr Epic, Fu-chan, plant abuser, Drama Llama Panorama. Class. Nice to see you here. Maximo, nice to see you as always. Oh, Nadev. Mario. Okay, so I think we're getting the team together now, as everyone. I was watching a video earlier, which we could also check out. I can't actually tell you if it's right or wrong, but the sun, liquid metallic hydrogen, rather than a gas or a plasma. Don't know if that's right or wrong, but it sounds interesting. Okay, right. So let's flip over to the vegan debate first of all. I was gonna actually even try Pal World out because I've got Xbox Live Game Pass and that, so I thought I might even try Pal World out. Pokemon with guns, man. Like I don't know. Like I need to give that a go. I really do. Like okay. So let's begin with one vegan versus 3 meat-eating panelists. Heated TV debate. Now, this is Earthling Ed. If you haven't checked out Earthling Ed, I recommend very strongly that you check out Earthling Ed. I know, 8 minutes, right?
To the show, lovely to have your company. Now, coming up as its popularity plummets, is it time to call out veganism for what it actually is? An eating disorder, but first...
See, this is GBN, which is the lowest form of news in the UK. So if you are a foreign viewer, like you probably want to think of GBN as kind of like our equivalent of Fox News. It's like the worst. It actually is the worst. Like, and I'm not saying that because I'm left wing. I mean, like you could be right wing. It's still the worst. This isn't like sophisticated. It's like what's the word like? Dumb dramatized news, right? Like
First, following yet another kiss. Now, has the vegan bubble burst? According to figures by consumer intelligence company NIQ, in the last 12 months, UK sales of chilled meat alternatives fell by 16.8% in January 2023, and frozen meat alternatives fell by 13.5%. Companies including Oatly, Nestle, Innocent and Heck Sausages have recently withdrawn various vegan products from the UK, whilst a recent Waitrose survey highlighted a resurgence in the popularity of dishes such as shepherd's pie, macaroni cheese and chicken Kiev. Yum. So, as thousands of Brits go plant-based for the month in a tradition known as Veganuary, a new book is out celebrating the vegan diet. It's called How to Argue with a Meat Eater and Win Every Time. Well, I'm delighted to say its author is Ed Winters, and he joins us now. Ed, lovely to have you on the show.
Nice to be here. Thank you, Mark.
Listen, what are the most powerful arguments for vegan?
I do love Ed.
Well, I think there's a number, antibiotic resistance or reducing antibiotic.
And the most powerful argument, I think, straight up, is an argument from ethics that it is wrong in and of itself to consume meat, dairy, and eggs if there's no need to consume them. So you're essentially perpetuating an unnecessary evil
in our food chain, trying to prevent infectious
Because when you
diseases.
eat a cow that's been injected with antibiotics, you're eating antibiotics.
Not necessarily. It's not quite as simple as that, but antibiotics, when they're used in the farming system, cause bacteria to become resistant to those antibiotics.
Right.
So it's not necessarily that it's in the food we're consuming, but of course the knock-on effect is that we can come into contact with resistant bacteria. But there's also infectious diseases, bird flu, swine flu. There's the environmental harm. There's some of the health consequences related to certain animal product consumption. And for me, the big argument is reducing animal suffering, harm and death. So taking a stand against the unnecessary use and abuse of animals.
Now, I've got no doubt there are some great recipes in your book, and if people were eating avocados and almonds and salads and courgettes, I can agree it's a healthy diet.
Right.
But the problem is busy vegans don't eat those foods, do they?
But busy people don't eat healthy in general.
What they eat is a kind of instant soya burger, and they're eating just bowls of pasta and, hummus sandwiches, none of which is all that
Did he just say hummus?
nutritious.
Well, that's not strictly true. I mean, firstly, hummus sandwiches can be very nutritious, as can whole grain pasta dishes. And even when you look at some of the plant-based alternatives, they may not be the healthiest foods you can consume, but when studies compare them to their meat counterparts, they're not only more sustainable, but they are healthier as well.
It's all processed,
God, I love Ed, man. He's the best of work.
though, isn't it?
Simplify your search for
He is actually the best of work.
Vegan bacon, I was just in the local M&S the other day, and the first ingredient is water, the second ingredient is sunflower oil.
No, that is not how the British say hummus. We don't say hummus. No, none of us say hummus. That's just that man that, please don't associate us with that.
And bacon's a class 1 carcinogen. Vegan bacon isn't meant to be a health food. It's supposed to replicate and be an alternative to a class 1 carcinogen.
Can
Michael,
I just jump in here, Ed?
Can I just...
I fucking love Ed, man. He's so based. I couldn't even add anything to that.
warn you, Michael's just had a steak.
But I also know that Michael likes vegan
Ed, can I ask you a very
sausage
serious
sandwiches.
question, please?
So
Very serious
I've seen
question, because you're an expert on this. Is it not true that the human body, and I've read a lot of reports on it, needs protein, and protein comes from meat?
How can... protein comes from pretty much everything that's alive, man. But, protein... Yeah, meat has protein, but other things also have protein. Plants also have protein.
And if you deny a human body that protein...
I was eating 150 grams of protein a day. So I don't know what to tell you.
Strange things happen to the human body. So veganism, I've got a lot of respect.
Even veganism, for lowest, yeah.
For people who want to be vegans, who want to eat that way, but I do think that there is almost a kind of bullying type aspect to you must become a vegan to be a good people.
A vegan. To do the right thing, yes. You in the contemporary society, you must become a vegan to do the right thing, yes.
But I do think that you are denying your body protein, which is absolutely necessary.
Mr. Universe 2014 is vegan.
To the human form.
But all protein comes from plants. Animals get protein from consuming plants. Even carnivores get it from consuming herbivores.
Absolutely, and that's why cows have plenty of protein in them. And then when you eat a steak, you ingest protein.
But you can get protein from plants. All plant protein originates from plants.
You'd have to eat millions of plants on a...
You'd have to eat millions of plants.
You'd have to eat millions of plants.
I mean, how does a broccoli compare to, let's say, a pork sausage in terms of protein?
Or a steak.
Well, they're not necessarily comparable, but broccoli isn't a protein source. But when you compare things like legumes, like soy, and even seitan, which is a plant-based protein, they have comparable, sometimes even...
Like, yeah, seitan, you can easily outcompete something like steak, easily with seitan. It's like use Vital Wheat gluten, which is 100% protein. So, like, the end product is usually, like, either between 60 to 80% protein. So...
higher amounts of protein per gram compared to certain animal products. The point you're making is completely mute. You can get protein in a plant-based
It's not
diet.
mute. It's
very hard
Well, it is mute.
It's very hard to mute. You can't mute Mike Parry. But I've tried.
You're not arguing against me. You're arguing against the NHS, the British Dietetic Association. You're arguing against the largest bodies of medical and health authorities on the planet.
Ed, wouldn't you say that veganism has lost its way in the sense now it's just become more of a fad and it's just cool to say, I'm a vegan, where people are not actually looking at, the health benefits anymore. Everyone's just...
I don't give a fuck about the health benefits, right? I just care about you killing animals. Like, as long as you can survive, that's it. Like, I don't care about the health benefits. It's wrong to kill animals. That's...
jumping on this train of being a vegan. Like, to be honest, I think, wouldn't it be better to be a vegetarian? Because now people are talking about...
No, because it causes, like, millions of animals to suffer and die, and there's no such thing as a vegetarian industry. All of the animals in vegetarian industries are birthed and killed for the pleasure of human beings, and that doesn't account for the torture and suffering that is necessarily induced upon them, even in the most ethical practices in the industry. So yeah.
About all these ultra-processed foods, fake burgers, fake bacon, which is not good for our health. So wouldn't it be better?
I don't know how you could, like, I'm sorry, like, ultra-processed fake burgers and fake bacon, right? Are we actually going to compare processed soy products and the health outcomes versus something like dairy, which has been shown to increase cancer rates? So, like, am I taking a risk when I eat, let's say, lots of soy? Not really. There's not going to be massive health outcomes when I eat lots of soy. Like, maybe I'm having too much lutein, like leucine, as an amino acid, but like no more than if I was eating meat, right? So it's certainly not the biggest worry. I just don't know. To be honest, I think the autoimmune disorders, people who go into carnivore diets to treat autoimmune disorders, I think that's usually a load of shit. I think what's actually going on, Mario, is that they normally have a bacterial overgrowth in their gut that they're not actually resolving, and they end up limiting their diets to the point in which they can only eat meat, because if they then eat other products, because it's like, think of it like this: the food you eat feeds a symbiotic, the symbiotic bacteria in your gut. When you eat meat, dairy, and eggs, you can feed harmful bacteria, and not including the fact that it often comes with harmful bacteria and parasitic infections. But you can feed harmful bacteria, which when you have higher fiber or higher sugar in your diet, causes bloating and causes greater problems in relation to like how well you're able to digest and cope with the amount of fiber in your diet. So what you find is that people who've been eating pretty bad diets, right, either high in sugar, high in processed meats, high in meat in general, often struggle to process fiber, right, because the lack the necessary prebiotics and probiotic sources to essentially clear and regulate that gut biome, like that and what ends up happening is they end up basically in misery when they eat fiber. The only way you're going to actually resolve that is to essentially build a resistance to eating fiber, which is to eat prebiotic sources. So there's some plant-based products that are plant sources of prebiotics that are better than others. For example, pineapple is really good. And then you feed good bacteria, which then competes and outcompetes the bad bacteria, which is causing the digestive issues. Now, a lot of the inflammation that comes from this is the fact that certain bacteria in the gut, when it does digest fiber, especially like a lot of it that is produced from eating flesh, actually ends up releasing chemicals which then cause an autoimmune response or cause an immune response. So you end up having an immune response because you're essentially feeding a parasitic organism within your gut. Now, the way to resolve that isn't just give it what it wants. It's to sometimes seek antibiotic treatment, right? Sometimes you need to have antibiotics. You might need treatment for what's called like SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Or, and in general, you're going to have to start, might need to go on an elimination diet, find out if there's certain foods that are causing the problem. You might have intolerances for various reasons to certain foods, but not all fiber, right? But if all fiber is triggering an autoimmune response, you've likely got a bacterial infection in your gut that you need to treat. And the only way that you're going to treat that is you're probably going to need a course of antibiotics, and then you're going to need to eat prebiotic and probiotic sources in order to build up a healthy gut biome. No, I don't think we should let them continue just because they found a solution. I mean, like that's like saying like, well, people have found a solution to their problems. It only necessitates slavery and death. It's like, I understand that it's a coping mechanism, and I don't judge them for essentially trying. But I think we need to recognize that the action in and of itself is harmful. And if there is a solution and a more permanent solution, which resolves it more clearly and doesn't perpetuate the slavery and death of others, and also risk zoonotic diseases, which are an existential threat for humanity, damage the environment, pollute our oceans, and overall destroy our climate, then yeah, and not to mention the psychological harm to workers, I think that ultimately we're talking about letting someone perform an action which is necessarily disrespectful to them, to animals, to the environment, and to their fellow man. So, yeah, I don't think that we should just let people continue eating these products because it has benefits in the short term.
Better just to be a vegetarian? And are we losing our way when it comes to veganism?
Well, when it comes to people's health, I'm sure all four of us would agree on the panel that people have the right to their own bodies, and as long as they know that obviously eating a kale, chickpea and sweet potato curry is healthier than eating a processed plant-based burger, I think people have the right to make that decision. The important thing to recognise is, again, even these processed plant-based alternatives, studies show time and time again they are better, healthier, more sustainable than their animal-based counterparts. So making that swap straight away is a healthier decision, but I agree, eating more whole plant foods, fruits, vegetables, legumes is even better for us.
But we're omnivores, aren't we? So we've been eating a mixture of vegetables and meat
since cavemen.
Well, right, for thousands of years.
Had to.
And we've evolved
Since cavemen.
quite strongly in that department.
Just because you had to eat meat as a caveman doesn't mean you have to eat it now in the 21st century.
Wouldn't you say?
Well, we've evolved as being opportunistic scavengers. We ate what we could to survive. But
would we have done that? Would we have done that without meat, Michael?
What do you mean, no, we didn't? That is literally what an omnivore is.
We killed animals because we needed it. We knew right from the birth of man that sustainability...
From the birth of man, like if you look at what evolutionary history will come from fructivorous animals, like when you look at our closest relatives like chimpanzees and bonobos, they're not out there hunting other animals with spears in order to sustain themselves, or even trying to hunt them with their bare hands and teeth, right? Like, we don't come from predatory animals. We're not even as predatory as things like dogs. Like the animals we come from were fructivorous. Now, for whatever reason, that fell away. Like we weren't able to sustain ourselves in the trees. Likely there was probably some sort of blight or flood that essentially knocked we down from the trees, and then we were forced onto the plains. And then came, usually, we can see an increase in the consumption of not only meat but also starches, root vegetables, right? Which, we actually can see this in fossil records because of the fiber is fossilizes, right? You can't see how many animals we're eating, but we can see that we're actually eating still a lot of plants, 100 grams of fiber, right? So, yeah, but they don't eat that, like plant abuse are like chimpanzees don't eat monkeys, though, do they? Like the fight, they have like turf wars and stuff. Chimps do eat each other, but it's if you look at the behavior of chimps eating each other, it's like a weird sort of domination thing, and they have like they only eat each other like upon like having fought. It's like a and even then the force like loads of fiber down their throat straight after it, like the force down like leaves and stuff, like almost instantly. Like they're not like the majority of the chimpanzees diet. I'm gonna say it's like 70%. I want to say it's 70 to 80% fruit. Well, yeah, I agree that chimps are a bit different to us. And I think that one of the biggest ways they're different in general is that what we can see from this time period from the sort of early human sort of ancestors is we become crocodivores, right? You saw it cooking. It was like the biggest advancement, biggest evolutionary advancement, where we started cooking not only meat, but also starches. And this is what annoys me. Like often you look towards there's this sort of dichotomy where they say that our brains developed primarily because of the consumption of meat, which doesn't seem to be the case, actually. It doesn't seem like our brains got larger and more sophisticated because of the consumption of meat. Actually, there's plenty of dumb carnivores, right? But what we do see is that the advent of cooking and the increasing bioavailability of food was the biggest evolutionary jump. And what we see is that the cooking of starches and root vegetables and the cooking of meat in that sense. You also have to think of it like this. We had to be smart enough in the first place in order to have the excess. So we had to have the excess calories necessary to produce a large enough brain such that we could develop the means to cook and hunt in the first place. So it's sort of this cart before the horse, or like this sort of chicken and egg fallacy, right? Where they're affirming the cause prior to be as the conclusion, or the conclusion as the cause rather. And it doesn't seem likely that we would have had the means to hunt and produce traps and so on if we weren't able to essentially have enough glucose to our brain. Chimpanzees are pretty nasty. Humans are nasty too, but chimpanzees are pretty vicious, man. They are pretty fucking vicious. Like, I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of chimps, man. Like, but bonobos are actually arguable that they're sort of on the same level as us in terms of chimpanzees. They're as closely related. And bonobos are way nicer. Bonobos like resolve things through sex. And like, in many ways, you can kind of see the sort of, you can see a lot of humanity in both of them. Both sides. Regardless, what we do see is that primarily, almost all the primates that we're related to have a massively fructivorous diet. They're not omnivores in the sense of being like, yes, they're opportunistic. They'll eat what they can, depending upon the availability, no doubt. A lot of them eat things like ants and insects and even each other and smaller mammals and stuff like that, if necessary. But that's not their main food source, and it wasn't our main food source at the time of hunter and gatherers.
in the human form was the food chain, and the food chain involved us killing animals and eating that.
Let me respond to that point you've just made.
Yes, please. Yeah.
At that time, we ate what we had to survive. Society's changed and evolved in a number of different ways, and what we have now is information and accessibility to foods that our ancestors never did. Our ancestors used to kill one another, rape one another to survive and to prosper, but we would never condone such a thing now because we live in a modern world where we have the choice and accessibility to do other things instead.
Rational moral agency.
What about the fact that medics recommend people on a vegan diet take supplements? That's not a ringing endorsement, is it?
Well, most people take supplements, whether they be fish oil, of course.
I don't.
But even, well, perhaps you should. Vitamin D in the UK is essential for all of us.
No, can I just say, Mike Parry's body's a temple. No problems there. In fact, I've got a down payment on his kidneys.
But just to bring it back to the point you were saying, the animals in our food chain are fortified, they're supplemented. So actually, we do consume a lot of supplements even when we eat animals. It's just they're filtered through an animal to begin with. So vegans just take a B12 supplement, from the source, which is the supplement itself, and then they stop animals from being forced into gas chambers for a nutrient that we can get from supplements instead.
Can I just flip
I love Ed, man. I love
the coin for a moment? Supposing the argument was the other way around, and I said to you, look, I think you should be a vegetarian, but eat false vegetables, not real vegetables.
Right? Why?
Do you see what I mean? Because you want us to eat
No, I don't see what you mean. No, not at all.
false meat, not real meat. So if I said to you, look, here's a cabbage, but it's a false cabbage, how would you?
Mate, there's no, it's not a true cabbage. Is that, you're like, well, it's a cabbage, but it's not a true cabbage. I'm just wondering what the epistemology that this man's working on at this point. I'm like, what is a false cabbage? No true cabbage. That's it. That's the fallacy, man. No true cabbage.
How do you feel about that? If I was finding a way to produce a false cabbage, not a real cabbage?
Well, I mean, firstly, you don't have to eat plant-based alternatives if you don't want to. Just eat whole plant foods instead. I know that you are quite fond of the vegan sausage, of course. I've seen you eating that sausage about quite nicely. But the point is, the reason that we have these plant-based alternatives is because there are more ethical decisions. So if I eat vegan bacon, vegan sausage, vegan burger, what that means is I'm no longer paying for animals to be mutilated,
But why do they call it bacon and sausage? It's not, is it? Why do they call it?
It's just to tell you what to do with it, because bacon and sausage is it's not, like, bacon and sausage aren't animals, man. They're not synonymous with the animal. They're synonymous with the food type in how it's used, how we consume it, the kind of flavors that are imported, right? So we associate that with a certain ritual as a human. And so you go, all right, well, we're going to have a plant-based bacon, which means we're going to do all of those things, but we're going to use this instead, right? I think it's the other way around, Shadow. I think that it's not deceptive. I think that there is a sort of almost, I don't want to call it like pseudo religious, because it's but a dogmatism around how we use words. Words aren't controlled by corporations and specific individuals in society. If I want to say that this is a plant-based sausage, I can say it's a plant-based sausage. That's my fucking business, right? Because what I'm indicating is the function of the word, right? It's like the words themselves represent forms of life, and this is in part the form of life which a sausage is a meaningful term, such that when I tell someone this is a sausage, I'm saying you can use it in a sandwich, that you can use it in a casserole, that it's like maybe salty and it's cylindrical. Like, that's all I'm really saying there. I'm not going saying anything further. It's just a way of imparting information and a specific use value to an individual in the most concise way possible. And I think that the other way around is to give authority, is to essentially bend over backwards to give corporations power over our articulations, such that we can't control the words we use unless we go to court and say, "Hey, wait a minute, I am allowed to use the word sausage relative to my life and what I take a sausage to be. You don't get to tell me what words mean." Now, I take that as an impedance upon my freedom, right? You're controlling my language. If you're controlling my language, you're controlling how I can think. And I absolutely reject that. And it's a way of essentially gaining political opposition, right, to veganism by saying that you can't use these words that are within the English language, such that we'll have to go all over, like essentially bend over backwards for these corporations such that they can use the words, and then we've got to say something like plant-based meat alternative to sausage, and then or even just put it in the negation, not chicken, not sausage, blah blah blah, and it just ends up being a way of making, like as he's trying to here, the vegan option any less, making it false, as if the true and good is relative to the meat-based standard. It's a form of propaganda. That's all it is.
Vegan sausage and vegan bacon.
Sausage refers to the shape.
It's not, yeah, exactly, but it's
cylindrical shape.
But isn't that conning people? You know, if you say this is a vegan sausage, it's not.
How is it conning people if it's literally saying plant-based sausage? Like, there's no con. The con would be if you said pork sausage, haha, only joking, after they've bit into it.
Vegan sausage.
But it's a meat-free sausage. So when people see it, they go, that is a sausage made from something that isn't from an animal.
Let me tell you, you don't want to see Mike's sausage. Ed, can I tell you that you spoke very well, and your book is out now. Very interesting read it is too. It is called How to Argue with a Meat Eater and Win.
Probably at the fake apples his mom used in the ornament fruit bowl. He just goes into any Italian's house and just starts eating the random plastic plates of food. I don't think calling almond milk is a literal deception. Like, considering that coconut milk is as being a, like, not meat and not milk has been a thing for pretty much ever. It's the deception is that you want to associate it with the process of lactation, like as in the mammalian process of producing these foods, which is fair enough. In biology, I wouldn't call it, like, biologically speaking, it's not a milk. We could call it like an emulsion, right? Like, sure, like, although milk is kind of an emulsion, but like, we'll say it's like, it's not, like, biologically speaking, an emulsion that is developed from from essentially the mammary glands of another species, right? Okay, sure, or of any mammalian species, right? Right. Don't have a problem with that. But that's one language game. Then we have what we do in the supermarket, which is buy food and understand how to use it in relation to our lived experiences, right? So when I buy soy milk, right, I understand what I do with this is I put it in tea, I put it in coffee, I'll use it in protein shakes, and I can drink it. Like, that's kind of like that's, I understand its use. And that's what words represent. They don't represent, like, when I was a non-vegan, I wouldn't go to the supermarket and go, well, I want some milk. And the reason that we call it milk is because of this biological process. That didn't even enter my mind. Like, it's nothing. I'm thinking I want to eat cereal tomorrow, or I want a cup of tea. Like, that's what you're really kind of doing there. Remember the argument for forms of life from Wittgenstein, right? We're speaking different language games. Like, in one respect, yes, it's not a milk. From a purely biological perspective, 100%, almond milk or nut milk, whatever milk you want, is not the lactation of a mammal, right? Cool. Not produced in a mammary gland or anything like that. Fair enough. I completely agree. It's not what we're speaking about. We're not in biology class. I'm at the supermarket. You know, it's not like that. That's not how words work. You can't actually make a vegan milk now, like, using they've synthesized the protein, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can have, through a process of fermentation with microorganisms, which essentially produce the protein. Like, you can't actually produce, like, a vegan milk now, where it's literally dairy milk produced by bacteria. Yeah, I agree, Donald. Like, peanut butter from non-vegans. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not real butter, man. Yeah, 100%. Or like or like coconut milk or anything like that. Nut meat was like a big thing, right? Like people used to refer to the inside of or the meat of a coconut. It's just, and it's just like if you understand even like the history of how these words evolved in the first place and developed, like it's directly in relation to how they were being used, man. Okay. I think Ed did a remarkable job. I think he did an actual remarkable job. I love Ed, man. I love Ed so much. He did such a good job. What is the telos of a false cabbage? I don't know. I don't know, Sean. I just wish we'd stop eating them. I wish these meat eaters would stop trying to make us eat false cabbage, man. Big ups to Ed. Yeah, I agree, guys. Okay, so that was the first one. I thought that was really good. That was really good. And remember to check out my free webinar, which will tell you the best and worst ways to engage in your philosophical studies so you can avoid mistakes like false cabbage. Okay. Right, so why not? Why don't we continue on a kind of
Sinking.
right-wing sort of trend. This is, to be fair, a genuine problem that primarily the right would like to talk about, but I think that the left should be more open to, which is the crisis of immigration that seems to be happening in Europe and how Sweden is having a massive problem with immigration. Well, really with poor immigrants and how it's affecting their society. It's actually causing a massive problem. I don't know if is everyone here familiar with the problems going on in Sweden? Like how tomatoes are labeled as a vegetable, but it's technically a fruit. Yes, because wisdom is knowing not to use it in a fruit salad, man. 100%. That's exactly right, Joel. That people mistake them for the Swiss. Yeah, I guess that is like... Okay, no, but this is... there's been genuine issues with skyrocketing crime rates, especially gun violence in Sweden, right? Like massive crime increases in terms of specifically gang violence in places like Stockholm. Like in the past few years, it's went from pretty much being a very peaceful country to to being way more dangerous, and largely to do, fortunately, with immigration. So let's...
Ashes. Sweden's gang wars.
In a series of explosions linked to a gang war.
Det här är en svår tid för Sverige. Jag kan inte nog understryka hur allvarligt läget är. Sverige har aldrig förr sett något liknande. Inget annat land i Europa ser något liknande.
Less than a decade ago, Sweden had one of the lowest levels of gun crime in Europe. Now, they're the second highest. In Stockholm, gun violence is roughly 30 times that of London. The country is engulfed in a gang war, which is almost entirely run by people with a migration background. Sweden's...
Yeah, you can't... of course, you can ask any question here, Shadow. Obviously, within reason, don't be don't say anything racist or anything. Like, don't do anything like that. But like, so long as it's not like, I don't know, some sort of like loaded question or something. But yeah, that's fair enough. Like asking why, is it caused from immigration? Largely, it's tied to poverty and lack of opportunity as much as immigration, which is tied to the immigration policy that Sweden's had. So like an unregulated immigration system has essentially led to these problems where there's a lack of integration. End up living in these sort of blocks, which become like recruitment grounds for like usually like sort of disgruntled youth. It's not necessarily even immigrants themselves. I've seen people talk about it where it was like a grandfather of his son got killed in gang violence, and it wasn't even his son, it was his grandson, and he was an immigrant from Turkey, and he came over for a peaceful life, and his son led a peaceful life, but his grandson got involved with gang violence and ended up getting his son's family killed. And I don't think the grandson died, actually. I think it's just tragic. And a lot of it has to do with essentially the opportunities that these young men have, the lack of integration, the like feeling unwelcome, and obviously a lot of this is to do with the skyrocketing numbers of immigrants that have came in the last few years.
This famed welfare state and its lax asylum laws has made it a popular destination for immigrants. Since the 2000s, they've had a steady high number of new arrivals. But in 2015, it peaked at over 160,000. Of these non-Western immigrants, nearly half are unemployed. They are also 9 times more dependent on government welfare. They live predominantly in poor suburbs and are poorly integrated in Swedish society. This is where armed gangs recruit their members.
Explosions,
shootings, gang crime that's risen to unprecedented levels.
This is the rise and fall of Sweden with hindsight.
How to swiftly emerge from a rapidly sinking car in just a matter of seconds. A fatal construction flaw in all recent automobiles makes it virtually impossible to escape.
That's a very specific problem that you need to solve there.
It's worth mentioning that Sweden's gun crimes are still far below that of the United States. They haven't.
Yeah, because everything, the only country in Europe or in the European continent that has more gun crime than the United States is Ukraine.
Average GDP per capita of $60,000, making them one of the richest countries on earth. Their life expectancy.
You're saying every person in the US has a gun? No, man. Like, if you look at the number of guns to people in the United States, there's more than a gun to every person. It's like 125 guns per 100 people.
Is 83 years, and they have some of the best healthcare and education in the entire world. Sweden ranks at the top of the charts in many respects. But when it comes to migration, how well immigrants integrate, and how productive they become in society, Sweden is doing very poorly. I'm going to dive into that topic, but first, it's important to shatter the biggest misconception about Sweden. They're often regarded as a social democratic utopia, some kind of third way between capitalism and socialism. And
Social Democrats, yeah.
people believe that nations
Normally the third way is like as I found out, because I remember making that, like, I was like, oh, we need like a third way, and then people were like, that's just a term for fascism. I was like, oh, is it? Like, whoops.
can achieve similar social outcomes by expanding their size of the government, but that would be a misreading of history. Their famous welfare state that's taking such great care of the old, the sick, the unemployed, and a shocking high number of refugees is only a few decades old. Sweden became rich and successful before they adopted their comprehensive welfare system. In the 1870s, their economy was far below Northern and Western Europe, and their average GDP per capita was half that of Great Britain. 3/4 of their population lived off farming, which was an incredibly tough existence in this semi-archaic
Yes, pre-industrial states, or like
environment.
rather than like not really. This was like actually, when was this? This wasn't long after the war. Like, weren't they still? Weren't they then invaded by the Russians? When did they get invaded by the Russians? Like, when did Russia control Sweden at this? Like, or invade Sweden rather. It was like the Russo-Swedish War. I have to look more into that. But I'm pretty sure that there was a point in which the Russian Empire, prior to this, I think Sweden used to control part of Russia, and then I think there was a point where there was a time when Russia controlled part of Sweden, and the borders moved since. But like, I was just wondering if it was around this time. Sorry. Okay. I want to say that this was. So when did this? This was like 1870s. I want to say that the war was around this time. Was it? Or was it the 1700s? No, 1700s. Okay. 1780s.
Of farming, which was an incredibly tough existence in this semi-Arctic environment. They developed a strong work ethic with an emphasis on hard work, individual responsibility, and family values. When the world began to industrialize, Sweden became the fastest growing economy in the world. Swedes were trustworthy, hardworking, and responsible. They remained neutral during both world wars and developed a much more moderate version of today's welfare state. Sweden's rise to prosperity was characterized by free market policies and limited state involvement. It wasn't until the 1960s that they underwent more drastic reforms to their welfare system. The concept folkhem.
Yeah, but they seem to be doing pretty good. Like, the Nordic model seems to be working out for them.
Meaning people's home, gained popularity. It describes Sweden as a family, with citizens being expected to take care of each other like siblings. This philosophy partly explains Sweden's embrace of refugees. Today, their welfare state provides citizens, native or immigrant, with incredible benefits. When a child is born or adopted, each parent is entitled to 240 days of parental leave.
Oh man, that's so good.
A married retired couple receives payments that almost equal their pre-retirement income.
Oh.
Healthcare and education are mostly free and are amongst the best in the world. The state is very generous, but this needs to be financed through taxes. In 1950, the personal income tax was 21%. By 1995, it was raised to 52%.
I don't even care. I don't even care. I mean, to be fair, they need to do more to, I think, in terms of the corporations. But whatever, man. Like, I can live with that. I think.
So how did all these changes affect the economy?
I think 52% tax in order to make sure that everyone essentially lives an adequate standard of life, man. That would cause a civil war in the US. I don't know, man. Give it another 100 years, your taxes went like through the roof. You basically fought us over pennies compared to what you guys pay now. 100 years from now, you'll be like talking about how some 80% tax rate will cause a civil war when you're sitting on 50%. We have a 50% tax rate, like for the upper employees. It's a 50% tax rate in Britain. So if you make more than I want to say it's. Actually, I have to double check. Tax bands, UK. So if you earn more than £50,271 a year to 125,000, you have a 50% tax rate. But it's incremental. So like, it's not like a flat rate. So like for the first 12,000, there's zero tax. Then from 12,000 to 17,000, there's is it 70? Actually, it's where was it? From 12,000 to 14,000, there's a 19% tax. Oh, this is Scotland actually. One second, I'll get the UK's. Scotland with its different tax rate. Right, one second. Scottish tax rate. The fact that it's different in the first place is okay. I don't think that's right. But apparently from 12,000 to 17,000, it's not touched either. I don't think that's right, but I'll have to double check that. The basic rate is 12,000 to, yeah, there it is. That's the thing. So I think you can claim it off your tax for savings, right? For basic savings, right? That's the thing. But from 12,000 to 50,000, it's 20%. For 50,000 to 125,000, it's 40%. And then for over 125,000, it's 45%. And I think that's great, man. Honestly, I think taxes should be implied incrementally, 100%. But yeah.
This is their GDP growth. In this period, between 1968 and 1975, most drastic welfare reforms took place. They suffered quite a bit during the 80s, and again during the 90s. They were the fourth richest country in 1975 and the 14th in 1993. The employment rate hasn't improved that much. In 2014, it was only slightly higher than 3 decades earlier. Inequality in 2013 was about the same as in 1950. Let that sink in for a moment. The welfare state brought a lot of...
I don't think... Why would I let that sink? Like you're saying, like, let that sink in. I don't think social democracy resolves inequality. It takes from the middle class to give to the lower classes. Social democracy has nothing to do with the asset-owning class or the ruling class, because they still avoid taxes and they still pay a lot less. That's it's still capitalism. It's just capitalism with benefits, right? It's got a lot of redistribution of wealth, but really between the employee class, not the owners.
Good, but it failed to improve a lot of other things that, granted, were already exceptionally good. But Sweden became rich, employed, and equal before the introduction of big government. The nation developed a vision of Sweden functioning as a family.
I just love the propaganda. Oh yeah, that's you see that they didn't actually change anything or make any differences. The Swedish people themselves haven't been voting this way for a long time because they've seen any benefits to their actual lived experiences. No, they're happy to get lots of money taken off them. And not actually experience any real positives. Do you know what I mean? It's okay, that's it comes to a point of going, right, well, for some reason, I doubt that everyone would be okay voting for these further left parties who are taxing the shit out of them unless there's an actual lived improvement in their experiences, like universal healthcare or a great healthcare system, a great education system, a safety net for unemployment, old age pensions. I don't know what happened to the immigration crisis. I think we're just saying that people, right now, I think he's setting the stage for the fact that people want to move to Sweden because it's great.
An inclusive and equal society, and it was extended to refugees.
Consider this.
How dare they extend an equal and just society to refugees? The bastards.
3% of the population,
obviously it's caused a problem, but
were non-EU migrants. In 2013, this was already at 12%. And something curious was happening when these migrants moved to Sweden. One study shows that a group...
I don't think it makes sense for you to... I think that I don't believe in tax exemptions just because you don't use healthcare. Because then that just essentially incentivizes the rich to abandon the poor. I wouldn't do that.
Of immigrants who fled Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 1980s and 90s were 2.3 times as likely to have a higher education as a native Swede. But once in Sweden, only 18% of them were employed. They're highly educated and from the upper class, so why aren't they working? In 2004, when the Swedish economy was performing strongly, one study showed the average income of Iranian immigrants was 65% that of a native Swede, whereas similar Iranian immigrants in the United States earned 136% compared to native-born residents. Clearly, migrants in the 80s and 90s were not integrating that well. Sweden's strategy for managing new arrivals was to distribute them throughout the country. The goal was to relieve pressure on the big cities. But
I think that's actually wise. I think that's probably a good idea.
What they often overlooked were the local economic conditions. On top of that, about 2/3 of jobs in Sweden are filled through informal means, which is challenging if you do not speak the language.
I mean, to be fair, like, I think, like, obviously they're not going to speak in Swedish as well. Like, it's not exactly the easiest language to learn.
And you don't have a social network. All the while, the welfare state was providing for the basic needs and requirements of these migrants. Then in the 2000s, the type of migration
It
changed.
would have made more sense to have a job guarantee. And this is why I think a job guarantee is, like, essential. Like, it is such a good idea.
More migrants arrived for humanitarian reasons, with a peak in 2015 when Sweden took in 163,000 refugees in only 1 year. Most of them were from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and were fleeing from conflicts at home. This led in 2011 to a staggering 20% of the Swedish population being of non-native descent.
Born abroad or in Sweden, or born in Sweden to two parents from two parents who are born abroad. So it also includes, like, first generation migrants.
Many ended up in poor suburbs. They integrated poorly, they didn't feel as part of society, and many lived in poverty. They depended on government welfare. This was not only a burden on the state, but as it turns out, it was a breeding ground for criminal activity. The recent outbreaks of violence are between gangs that are ruled by second-generation immigrants. They recruit young teenagers from these poor neighborhoods. They were primarily involved in drug trade, but in recent years, they have infiltrated the government and even political parties, where they make money from fraud and other illicit activities. It is difficult to know exactly, but one study estimates.
Yeah, I agree. It's misleading ping pong. Like, he didn't separate, like, non-natives from, like, EU non-natives. It's like non-EU non-natives, implying that all of these immigrants are necessarily from Iraq, Syria, and so on, not considering other European nations, like bordering nations like Norway, Finland, and like the United Kingdom, so on. But to be fair, I will say, I don't think that many people are moving to Sweden in general.
That criminal organizations make around $500 million per year from this type of illicit activity. Over half of Swedish inmates
as well, like, I think that we can also say that that criminal justice system is just pathetic. Like, Nordic countries' criminal justice system in general is pathetic. Like, honestly, I don't like the United States' criminal justice system. Like, I really don't. I think it's awful. But in terms of, like, understanding, like normally with the United States, you know, the UN's like, you can't execute someone like that. That's inhumane, right? And I would rather have someone say that about my country's, like, using nitrogen gas to try and execute murderers than be in the situation of, like, Norway or something where it's like, this guy killed someone and went to prison for 5 years, like, and got a college degree. It's what?
Serving long prison sentences are first-generation immigrants, and 45% of Sweden's unemployed are born outside Europe. This community has become a heavy burden on society. For most of the 2010s, the nationalist Sweden Democrats were a lone voice against immigration.
I don't think this view isn't biased at all. The nationalists were the only people who said anything about this. Yes, of course.
They used to be a fringe party, but partly because of the migrant crisis, they have now become one of Sweden's largest political groups. The current Prime Minister of Sweden is breaking away from tradition. He supports tax cuts.
I agree. I would rather live in a Norwegian prison than the Baltic states. Like 100%. A Norwegian prison over over somewhere like in the Falklands. 100%. Like, absolutely. Norwegian prison versus, like, Bosnia is, like, actually heaven. Like half of the Middle Eastern countries, most of Africa, I would take Norwegian prison over. Actually, I'd say like 8 out of 10 countries globally, I would probably take Norwegian prison, and I don't think that's a good strategy, man. Like, that's
free market policies and economic liberalism, and he's working closely together with the Sweden Democrats. His right-wing coalition believes that the rise in gang violence is directly connected to Sweden's earlier immigration policies.
Well, I mean, that's almost a given, right? But it's also connected to the economic policies and relations to the workforce. They're implying essentially a redistributionary system, but they're not tackling the distributionary problem. And so, like, we're not really gaining a place which is fruitful for people to start their own businesses and progress and build workforces and engage in that in a way that they could actually build themselves up into having a meaningful working conditions. Like they can't actually express their freedom, right?
His foreign
Nah, you won't in Norwegian prison. Nah, man.
Minister said, "We can now see that outsideship and lack of integration in combination with trade of narcotics and organized crime is creating this very, very toxic mixture."
We have all of Europe's got a big problem at the minute with the Albanians.
It would be short-sighted to blame this violence only on migration. Government policy.
Poland's not as bad as the other countries like that we mentioned there.
Is aimed at integrating migrants are partly to blame, and the situation escalated in a system that went perhaps too far in accepting new arrivals. But what makes it challenging is that this issue speaks directly.
No, I just said, Joel, that it's not. I don't want criminals to get like one. I don't think prison should be like a go-to response for punishing people, right? In general, I think it's like ineffective and it creates a community of criminals. It's just it's like a college for criminals, right? Like it's terrible. How to be a criminal, like 101. But when we look at people getting degrees in prison, I have no problem with people getting degrees when they've committed crimes. Help it. Well, in general, just people being educated when they've committed crimes. I think we should probably just educate people in general. And I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to prevent recidivism by giving people a means to look after themselves and avoid the sort of pitfalls of poverty that would lead them down to paths of criminal activity. I think that's fine. What I have a problem with is how they treat murderers, because murderers should either be getting life without parole and never allowed out again, or death. I'm not a fan of the death penalty. I don't believe in the death penalty, but I would rather someone get the death penalty for murder than someone get let out for murder. It's a life for a life at that point. They should die in prison, unless for some reason that there is this stay of execution in the sense that we have a pardon granted out of mercy after like so many years because of a drastic change in character, which has been like demonstrated and maybe happens 1 in 100 times or something. That's okay. But to be honest, I think murderers should get a bed, a toilet, food, and ethics and religious scripture, ethics books and religious scripture, and sort of educational materials in that regard, and then die in prison. They should only have the means of redemption. Like, the only reason we're not killing them is because we grant them the mercy that we all pray for, which is to essentially avoid eternal damnation. But yeah, like if we say, should they be given like PlayStations and Xboxes and TVs and like fucking shit that stuff that I can't even afford, like as a free citizen, whilst being in a community with their mates, and then also after only a few years get let out with a degree? Nah, man, absolutely not. No, that's injustice.
To a core belief of Swedish identity.
Immigration is closely linked to the country's post-war economic boom.
So there's a historic understanding or sense that given...
Why are you showing the Thai market, man? Like, Tehran supermarket.
So there's a
what have the Thai done here? How are the Thai involved? I want to... You leave the Thai alone. I don't believe the Thai are involved at all.
Historic understanding or sense that given some time, and this will be something positive.
And if anything, I just want to point this out. If anything, those shops are probably the people who aren't committing the crime, and these are the respectable business people trying to make a living. Like, as a right-wing channel, shouldn't you be showing those shops and being like, this is what the immigrants should be doing? You know, like, rather than being like, look, it's our cultural degradation. There's a Thai supermarket and an Iranian supermarket, when you should be really showing like this is peak entrepreneurship. They've went to a foreign land and established themselves as a pillar of the community. What good, you know what I mean? That's some right wing values, man. That's some Adam Smith entrepreneurship.
Sweden.
You make sure that they get jobs, to get somewhere to live, and they get a place in Swedish society. Otherwise, you just you create a problem.
The idea of fully returning to a capitalist society is not widely supported, but that reforms are desired can be seen in...
I mean, they are a capitalist society.
Sweden's current government policy. They are implementing racist policy. They are making it harder for immigrants from outside the European Union to get social benefits. And for children that have 2 foreign parents, preschool is now compulsory to help them learn the Swedish language.
I mean, that's wise. Like, I think that's wise in general. I mean, it should be compulsory in anyways, but like, that's wise. Okay. I think as well, like, you want deliberately increased cultural integration, yeah. But this seems to be an economic problem, sure. But it's also a cultural problem. Like, obviously, with people not learning the Swedish language and such. But I think that they want to probably have a little check on that immigration policy.
Sweden appears to be on a road towards increasing economic liberty and incentives for work within the scope of the welfare system. Could this be the end of their famous middle ground?
Nah, man. I think Sweden's doing great. I think it needs to sort some stuff out, but it's doing good otherwise. Okay. What do you guys think of that one? Thought it was an interesting video, but I think it overly simplified the situation. Yeah, I think they could have done more to like maybe broaden the and show the problems that have. Like, I was watching one that was from like I think it was DW News, like the German news. That was really quite good on it. Okay, so I think largely, yes, we've watched that one. Now, should we consider? Should we? Hello, Zebedias. Here's the question: do we continue with the kind of semi-politics stuff, or do we move on? What do you think? You think politics or something else? What you fancying? Politics. We've got to vote for politics. Well, this one's kind of a mixture of politics and ethics. Philosophy, please. Dragons, question mark. We'll do the dragon one eventually. Okay, well, this was a mixture of between politics and ethics, so it's probably a nice middle ground, but it's a little sad, right? And we have why a growing number of American men say they are in a friendship recession. So, essentially, lonely American men. And I don't think it's just America. I think in general we can say it's like developed countries that it seems to be where we're becoming increasingly atomized. Let's see what's going on.
Men are stuck in what's been dubbed a friendship recession, with 20% of single men now saying they don't have any close friends. And more than half of all men report feeling unsatisfied with the size of their friend groups.
I mean, that's actually me. Like, I can't... How many of these are autistic, man? That's...
I recently traveled to Phoenix to take a closer look at the implications of male loneliness and how some men are confronting it.
A great way to start off 2024, just another meetup.
I know the best way to resolve male loneliness is simply become a woman. It all makes sense now. If we all just transition, then the male loneliness problem becomes essentially a non-entity overnight. Okay? No, but seriously, obviously we do need to do something to combat this in general. I don't think it's just male loneliness, but I think it's a loneliness. Friendship maxing. It's because of the death of our institutions, and social media definitely destroys friendship as well. Like it ruins actual friendship. Like no real socialization. I just sit on Twitter and look at things, right? Women aren't allowed to be lonely. I 100% agree. Like, you're not, like, that's just, yeah. I'm not married, but I'm in well, we want to get married. We're 9th anniversary's coming up, so
a recent night in
9 years together soon.
Phoenix, a group of men gathered on a rooftop bar to talk about their goals for the new year.
I am training for a half marathon. My first one ever.
Spend more time with family.
I do want to get married as well. I just want to say, like, it's just a money thing. We both want to get married.
I have my grandparents, like my grandfather, and he'll be 91 this year.
Wow.
Make moments like this.
I like how there's a fire. Like, the fire helps, man. Like, I feel like the fire is an object used to mediate masculinity, because otherwise, like, if we actually have to spend time by actually looking at each other, then we're going to need alcohol. So if there's no alcohol involved, you at least need a fire. You need something, man. There has to be, like it could be a holographic fire. A game. It could be a game. Like, you're gonna need something though. You can't just have men sat around a table and having a conversation, because then, like, what separates them from women, right? Like, but I don't think I don't know any men who can do that, like, and feel comfortable. Like, I actually don't. Like, I genuinely cannot do that. I'd just be sort of like, right, that is why men are lonely. They're probably because there's a lack of fire in society. Like, that's it.
Where I can sit and talk and, look for mentors.
If you think about it, power stations have centralized fire such that the common man has been alienated from their true... trying to think of the word. I'm like what's the, I don't know, like, word for fire? They've been alienated from fire.
Worship and even offering.
This friends group was started by 38-year-old Quinn.
The flame of the blaze. No, I'll think of it.
Quincy Winston. After leaving the military in 2015, Winston moved to Arizona with his wife LaToya and started working as an IT specialist.
Seize the means of fire, man.
But for years, he says he struggled to make friends here.
Were you feeling lonely and disconnected?
Definitely, especially when it came to having male friends. I didn't have any, and that lack...
I like how he's ex-military and he just seems like such... He just doesn't come across as like normally, like, was he US Army or was he in the Marines or what? Like, what was he?
15, Winston moved to Arizona with his wife LaToya.
I was going to say the US Army seem like sane people. The Marines just seem like a bit mad. Like, I don't know what.
And started working as an IT specialist. But for years, he says he struggled to make friends here.
Were you feeling lonely and disconnected?
Definitely, especially when it came to having male friends. I didn't have any, and that That lack of connection put me in a place where I didn't know exactly what to do about it.
So, in March of 2022, Winston turned to the social media platform Meetup and decided to invite other men to a local restaurant.
I think we went to a restaurant called Papa Do's, and
you know, I really admire that. I would never do that. I just like, man, like, I just cannot do that. I basically asking guys out for a date, and I just couldn't do it. Like, I just really couldn't. Like, I'd be like, I struggle enough after knowing people for years to be like, do you want to go out? Like,
I didn't know who would show up or if anybody would show up.
Sounds nerve-wracking.
And it was awkward, but once the guys came in and hearing some of their...
I feel like you could mediate this with a pub. Like, this is essentially what we need is a good pub. Like a solid pub.
Explanations and what they were looking for, I found out we had a lot more in common than I thought.
At least it's not asking women out for a date. That'd be gay. That's true.
7 men showed up for that first event.
Are you guys warm?
Which Winston says only happened because of his wife.
You encouraged him to form this group.
Yeah, I wanted him to have a social life, like outside of just us doing things together all the time, which was great, but I still felt like he needed to have guy time and guy friends.
Yeah, she made it very...
Like, I love my girlfriend very much, but like, it's just, you cannot replace, like, for whatever reason, like, it's very true. Like, men and women, I like spending time with my girlfriend. We have a really nice time together. She's a friend. Like, she genuinely is a friend. But there is a difference, like, in terms of interests usually. And like, I couldn't be friends with like all men, right? Like, I just couldn't. Like, so when we say this, it's like, you know, like male companionship. It's like, it's not just about them being male. It's about them having like similar interests. And it's very rare that you're gonna find a girl that actually gives a fuck about games, and like, or if you like sports, they care about sports. You know, or whatever it is, like atypically male interests. And it's like, likewise, it's like, and even in ways of behaving, like, I can't impart to my girlfriend any sort of like benefits of feminine company, because I don't even notice the things that women even notice. I feel like I lack certain, like this thing, I'm far too brutishly simplistic for like to be in like a kind of female social group. Like that's really like, you know, like, but you know, it's just like, that's just the way it is, right, man?
Evident that I need to go make some friends.
Go disappear for a little bit.
Go disappear. Now you have some friends. Yes, you know, come back, but you know, go. Yeah, chicken needs a little bit more time. I'm just grabbing the hot
like how
dogs
they're
right
just
now.
like fire, other source of fire. Like, it's just like, we can really only mediate this friendship through fire. Like, you know, and I appreciate that. Like, we have a barbecue, or we have an open flame. We'll probably maybe even see a shisha bar, right? Or it's just going to be mediated from the fiery burn of alcohol. That's essentially it. Or like explosions on a TV screen via an action movie or first-person shooter, right?
Still meet up about once a week for activities like this backyard barbecue. Winston's meetup group now has nearly 130 members.
It speaks to the need for connection that your group is that big. I mean, is that how you see it?
Yeah, it does. And, you know, with all the technology that we have to keep us more connected to where we can communicate instantly with anyone, anywhere. But if you notice, we don't talk as much. We text more. A lot gets lost in translation because we just don't have that physical connection.
I'm the newest member of the group, but I'm also one of the oldest members of the group.
Connection is what 61-year-old Robert Montgomery
Man, like, this is so wholesome. I'm so glad I'm watching
What
this.
motivated you to join this group?
My whole thing was I said I needed friends. Because I didn't have any. I got tired of being, you know, basically isolated at home all the time, and I spent my birthday at home by myself. And I didn't like that. I was like, okay, no, I can't do this anymore.
Montgomery is certainly not alone. Only 21% of men in the U.S. say they get...
I tried having a male friend. He turned out to be a Nazi. And that's like my last attempt, really. I don't know what else to do.
emotional support from friends every week. That's compared to 41% of women.
Sometimes, as men, we struggle to say, I need you.
Richard Reeves is the author of Boys and Men, Why the Modern Male is Struggling, Why It Matters, and What to Do About It.
What is driving male loneliness? Why do men have such a hard time forming friendships and keeping them as they progress through life?
You can't neglect a friendship and expect it to just grow. You have to work at it. You have to find the time. And my observation is that many women are just better at doing that and building it into their lives.
Unless they too are also autistic, and I think autistic women are worse than autistic men, actually, from what I've seen.
So it's lack of purpose. So
Reeves also says over the last 4 days...
I didn't befriend him. Well, I didn't befriend him knowing he was a Nazi. I befriended him. Well, I was friends with him for years, and then he developed into a Nazi. So, like...
decades, there's been a steady deterioration of male friendships.
And he wasn't really a Nazi. He just started spewing, like, Nazi sort of talking points and, like, simping for them. And then I started to try and talk him out of it. And
men under the age of 30, 15% say they don't have a close friend. And that's up from...
Yeah, this is a generalization. But, like, also we'll have to recognize that there is a trend. Specifically, it's kind of like with feminism, right? Like, you know, feminism generalizes a lot, but also it does recognize like macro trends of things that are actually going on. And it's the same thing with like this, right? It is clearly connected to certain, but yeah, there are points in which it overly generalizes. Do I think that basically men think that it's gay to have friends? I think that like, I think men struggle to have emotional connections with other men without feeling, and I don't think it's like the media has necessarily just done it. I think that it's essentially cultural pressure has like made men are supposed to appear to each other as essentially like often unfeeling. And like as well, like there's certain things that they're like, you know, they'll be embarrassed about things happening that like on like, so for example, let's say if you're out with like your mates and then you go, oh, you know, they're like, oh, you're staying out, and you go, oh, 1 second, I'm gonna ring my girlfriend, I'm gonna see what she thinks, right? I think you're actually just being a decent human being. You don't get to go like, oh yeah, like even though I told you I was coming home for 11 or 12 or whatever, I'm gonna stay out till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Without notice and without actually considering what you want. You don't know if they've made you tea. You don't know if like essentially that you've made plans together. Maybe their expectations are built upon you coming home, and they've not really planned ahead. Now, in my experience, like my girlfriend will be like, "Oh yeah, no, get yourself away," that kind of thing. But I think it would be wrong to not at least check in and see how they feel. And I feel like a lot of men, like, you know, that judged for things like that, that judged for caring. And I think that's toxic. Well, I understand feeling like excluded, misjudged, and misunderstood your whole life. But I'm autistic and like have ADHD and stuff. So like yeah, man. Like I know, man. Like autism and shit, right?
3% in 1990. So we have a really difficult challenge now of helping men to find places, spaces, and ways to be with other men and to sustain those male friendships.
Last year, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory outlining that...
I'm not diagnosed autistic. I'm diagnosed with ADHD, though. I'm pretty sure I've got autism. I'm diagnosed with dyspraxia as well, which has basically got the same sort of profile. So...
devastating health effects of loneliness and isolation, including increased risks for heart disease, strokes, and dementia.
Well,
And while
goats
men make
would
up
die
slightly
from
less
loneliness.
than 50% of the US population, they now account for nearly 80% of all suicides.
I think these statistics on young male isolation and relatedly of suicide rates is part and parcel of this displacement that we see of time away from friendship.
What should we be doing to reverse these trends?
We do need to be intentional about male friendship. We need to be intentional about combating against male loneliness, and that we have to create spaces that they're not going to create.
I'm not on meds. I really need meds. You know, like you said, I don't seem autistic or ADHD, man. Like, you have no idea, like, what I was like in school. I'm better at masking now than I was. I was really, really fucking bad. Like I remember, like, a lad saying that he first met us, and I think I literally growled at him. So, like, you know, like, there's, you know, so, like, but, like, yeah, like, I've improved a lot, but in terms of me, in terms of ADHD, like, me attention, me ability to focus for long periods of time, me ability to, like, stay on task, me working memory, like, in terms of forgetfulness and things like that, absolutely impeded, terrible. I can't get medication. I'm just waiting for tritation. So, like, I've got to, like, because of the state of the NHS, I've got to wait, like, months now. There's medication shortage, and so it's held things up. But, like, I've got to wait months now to actually get the medication. But I have the diagnosis, and I'm just waiting for the sort of tritation.
Themselves.
I have CDA.
That's at the heart of Men's Sheds, a non-profit that began in Australia in the 1990s and now has 27 locations across the country.
So then I have to go through here then?
Yeah.
The goal here, to reach older men, who now have the highest rate of suicides in the U.S.
I had no idea other men like myself, when they retire from work, they lose their work friends, and then most men struggle to get a circle of new friends.
74-year-old Phil Johnson has helped start several men's sheds around Minneapolis. A couple of times a month, these mostly retired men come together to both work on projects and to
I just like, it's just mediation through objects, man. It's class. I love it. It's like, okay, we build things. We will build things together. Like, yeah, let's love it.
simply sit around and chat.
Men feel more open about talking to guys like themselves about health concerns they may have.
A couple years ago,
yeah. So the research shows over and over again that men do best when they're...
Old men are so based, by the way. I actually love old men. Like, that's such, like that actually, like, to be honest, like, there's, I think middle-aged men can be, like, one way or the other, where they're, like, either gonna be, like, kind of pricks, or they're like, their generation's, like, usually they're either, like, kind of pricks or like really nice people. Like, we're talking, like, 40s, 50s, but, like, when you get, like, 70 plus old men, like, the older generation, actually nicer people. Like, I have no idea why. I don't know what's done it, man. I don't know what's led to this decline, this moral decline, right? Like, but like, older women are the same, man, 100%. Like, but it's like a genuine thing, where like I think it's like loss of like ethical institutions, primarily, and religious institutions. I would argue. Such that they'll have a strong sense of duty. Even if they're not religious, they have a strong sense of duty, they have a strong sense of community, and all of that's just, it's nominalism, 100%, Mario. It has to be. We're becoming so atomized. Like, this, I'm not going to lie, I think this is all the result of nominalism. I blame William of Ockham for like 90% of this, right? Like, I don't know, like, about you guys, but I really blame William of Ockham for a lot of this. Well, I blame like sort of the reformers and how we perceive reality, the rejection of a shared common humanity. I think it actually like became atomized in terms of our identities. We ended up with an egoistic ethic, And I think what we're seeing is that capitalism is very much built upon this egoistic ethic. And there's been this slow corrosion of our institutions over time. And we've hit the point of hyper-individualism in post-capitalism, where we end up in like really hyper-individualized, especially in the 80s, where it really took off. And those people who were like developing in the 80s, or like, you know, everyone who was like 20 years or younger, I think in the 80s, like it didn't do them very good. Like, and there's a lot of like egoism and egotism from those not even just the 80s. I mean, obviously from the 60s as well, and like even prior to that. But like it really, I think it culminated in the capitalism of the 80s. But yeah, like it's just no, man. I honestly, the oldest generation, like the older men and women, such like the actually one, I think they're less like, I like the fact that they'll tolerate less. So they'll see something going on and they'll be like, that's absolute bullshit. Like, and it's just like the filter's gone. Like they don't care anymore. They're gonna say like, this is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. And by the way, you're wrong for thinking that. And I'm judging you right now. And I love that. I love that there's just like, it's very straight to your face. In the same way that I can kind of respect the Dutch for this, where it's just like the Dutch, if they've got a problem, you're gonna know about the problem. They're gonna tell you the problem. They're gonna like you're gonna like instantly know it, right? But like and like stronger sense of duty and even just respect for one another, I think they typically have. And like I'm not saying that like all men, like obviously I'm not saying that all men and women have like sort of degraded. Like I think there are people in the current generation and the generations like prior that are better and better. Like obviously I think there's parts of humanity that are improving morally, but I think that there's also like a cultural degradation that's going on.
They're doing something and they can do it together.
I think it's not a function of being old. I think a function of being old, it also, like there's the, because I think you get old, like, I think as you're saying, a lot of the values dissipate and within society anyway. So I suspect it's not just about being old. I think that being old helps because it lowers things like male aggression and aggressive tendencies.
It's a chance for men to share a laugh, but also seek advice.
We tackle some tough problems like suicide, which is higher in retired men. We've had 3 men that I know of that have lost their spouses, and there's always going to be somebody else in the group can say, hey, here's how I did it, here's some ideas, here's something you should try to do.
And no, you're not alone.
Yeah.
You have brothers, you have a pack, you have a tribe, you have a family away from
this is some base camaraderie. I love it.
Home.
Back in Arizona, I was invited on a morning hike with Quincy Winston's friend group.
My brother in Christ.
Outing organized by 29-year-old Nick Crum, who says joining the group has exceeded his expectations.
It's just grown so much, and we've been able to meet so many quality people, so many people who actually want to be vulnerable, talk about the things that we like to talk about, talk about our life, build that genuine connection with one another.
That's exactly what Winston says he hoped for when he created the group.
We need each other, and we need to support, uplift, encourage, and motivate other men to, seek friendship.
Quincy Winston now wants to expand his friend group beyond the Phoenix area, so meetups like this one can become more common for men across the country.
Figure out what we can do to bring people together.
Right. For the people. Noble. Absolutely noble. Love it. Based. Right. I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to quickly be right back, and then we'll continue these video reviews. Okay. Right. Hello, everyone. So what do you just think? The secular world is breaking apart. I think that this is largely tied to secularism. But I think that not in general, I think that it's tied to a form of, to what Hegel would call a bad infinite, and it's going to fall out of itself. It's going to force union and communion, which is the bedrock universality found in religion. So in many ways, we can say it's tied to religion, but it's not just any form of religion will do. Do you know what I mean? So it's not just like, and in that respect, what we'll find is do we see ourselves united with one another? What unites us in brotherhood and sisterhood, right? And, if there's people say as a joke, my brother in Christ, my sister in Christ. But in many ways, it's actually a beautiful concept that there is a unity to our nature such that allows us to form a more perfect union with one another, not just for mutual advantage, but in terms of essentiality, such that we are valuable in ourselves, such that we understand and respect each other as being valuable in ourselves. And that what I am is what you are, right? That we are members of the same species essence, such that we are members of the same, such that we can form a community necessarily. And I think that is essential, not just for building communities at the social, like the local level, and like sociality, which I think it aids, but necessarily doesn't allow entirely for, but also allows for breaking down barriers between communities. And I think that's really lovely. Review suggestion: Structuralism by Think That Through. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's have a look. So, Think That Through. I put Think That Thought. So you're wanting structuralism, understanding the structuralism, how non-being shaped the modern world. Is that right? Is that what you're after? I actually haven't read that, Will of Man. But is that right? Is it structuralism? 44 minutes? It's pretty chunky, pretty chunk. I'm going to put it in 1.25 speed.
So you've probably encountered some elements of the 20th century philosophy that were, well, weird. That gender is performative, or that natural sciences are a social construct, or what Derrida said, that there's nothing outside of text. Or basically everything else Derrida ever said. Many philosophical theories, especially in the latter half of the past century.
To be fair, I think that it's easy to judge the post-structuralists, but I think that the destructive method that is in post-structuralism is essential. Even though it's one-sided in post-structuralism, it is essential for the rejection of dogmatism. So in many ways, gender actually is a social construct. It's not just a sort of natural given, and that's true. So there's points to say like, okay, post-structuralists go too far, leads to the death of truth, to the death of reality, to the destruction of reality. But also we need to remind ourselves that you get bad forms of bad structuralist theories as well, and that some of the critiques that are being levied by people like Derrida, Deleuze and Guattari, Foucault, and others are legitimate in the sense that they actually do pertain to these bad infinites on the other side.
Appear either to make little sense or just be useless thought exercises at how to connect meaningless things. Part of that problem can be explained by the professionalization of philosophy, which means that it's scholars who are writing for scholars, and there is no way for a layperson.
I'm sorry, right? What are you talking about, the professionalization of philosophy? Like, are you joking me? Like, philosophy is far more open now than it ever was. Like, in the sense that it is far, like, if anything, what we are lacking here is professional standards. The commodification of education can explain this, fine. Like, and even then, not so much. But like, not the professionalization of it, like, not at all. Like, not at all. Because like, it's been like, philosophers have been a skilled select number of people since what, like Plato and Aristotle, since when only the rich could do it. So like, it's not as if it's like, oh, you know, it's become an isolated group of people who only write for each other. I'm sorry, right? But almost all of philosophy was wrote towards philosophers. It's just, come on, man. Like, it's like, let's not make commodification a problem, but let's not pretend that like philosophers haven't been like, for example, René Descartes was seen as fairly radical for publishing in French before Latin, right? Because the language of the academics at the time wasn't even a language that the average person would read in.
Person to get through it. And that's where we come in, to make it all accessible to you. Oh, and by we, I mean there's two of us. Like this. See? And today we're going to do something different. Though we usually focus on philosophy and social sciences and how they relate to climate crisis and politics, we need to backtrack a bit and do a video on so-called pure philosophy. Because around the middle of this century there was a revolution that basically overturned the whole history of Western thought. And surprise, surprise, we don't mean postmodernism. Conservatives like to use it for scaremongering, like how the left wants to destroy the Western culture using fully automated luxury gay postmodern neo-Marxism, or what...
Okay, I actually quite like this guy. He's doing good so far.
The word salad Jordan Peterson is using these days. And the reason they can get away with it is that postmodernism is an answer to a question. And the answer is, well, basically yes, but it's a bit more complex than that.
Yes, but actually no.
As you can see, without the question itself, it's hard to understand anything. And the question was posed by a different kind of philosophy that you might not have ever heard of: structuralism. You see, we believe that structuralism is the key to understanding 20th century thinking, because even though we live in a world shaped by the 20th century, our common sense thinking is still stuck way back in the 19th century. And it has roots running deeper than that, 2400 years deeper in fact. And it was actually structuralism that made this thinking have a great fall. Postmodernism was just there trying to put it together again, where it became a talking point in a culture war.
It wasn't really structuralism that... It was bad forms of structure, like bad structures that caused this problem. The descendants of like people like Nietzsche and those who rejected the alternative traditions that were there, that were just more difficult and not as witty.
And even though a part of this outrage comes from an ethical choice, which we'll discuss towards the end, most of it boils down to a lack of knowledge. So today we'll discuss how we used to think the world is like, what made us change our minds, and finally, what is it that postmodernism was actually trying to do. Most importantly, we'll give you a new way to think about the world. We can rebuild you. We have the philosophy. We can make you better, stronger, and more structural. And no worries, even though we'll get a bit abstract, it's gonna be fine. You'll get the whole premium think that through mind spa and massage, so that all the knowledge gets absorbed through the pores in your being. Even though eventually you'll find out that your being is not really there. But first, let's go back in history of philosophy, like all the way back. Being versus non-being, an easy victory. First, let's ask ourselves, what
Parmenides,
is the point of studying history of...
But then you also had Heraclitus, like, so good.
Philosophy. If you want to understand how, say, proteins work...
It's actually non-alcoholic beer that I'm drinking.
We study modern chemistry, not alchemy. So wouldn't it be better to learn about the current state of philosophy? No, and there are two reasons why. First, philosophy isn't about making definite conclusions about the world. It's basically worthless to state that René Descartes said that my thinking means that I exist, or that, according to Spinoza, everything was made of the same stuff, or that Immanuel Kant said that the...
Well, I don't think that it means that philosophy is not about making definite thinking. It just means that it's not negated by... Like, it's not fully negated by its... And also the history of science is important. Like, I don't know, I just think that we're not ahistorical when it comes to the study of any conceptual development. Like, you can't really do that.
Only thing we can know are phenomena. It's not something you can use in your life, in the same way you'd use the knowledge of amino acids to create a working vegan diet. What's important? the only thing we can know are phenomena. It's not something you can use in your life, in the same way you'd use the knowledge of amino acids to create a working vegan diet. What's important is, philosophy is knowing the thought process that made these people come to these conclusions. Philosophy is studying the different ways of thinking. The second reason is that the history of philosophy can be thought of as a dialogue beginning all the way back in the 6th century BCE in ancient Greece. Yes, that's a very Eurocentric point of view.
For good reason. No, like to be fair, like obviously there are alternative traditions that even bled into Western philosophy later on, and there's even arguments to say that there was transmission of ideas at this time, but yeah, Western philosophy certainly.
We'll discuss that at the end. The dialogue is basically a series of philosophers saying yes, but actually to their predecessors. So if you try to enter at one point without the knowledge of what was said before, you can't really follow what's being said, and you're...
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's the same with natural science, really. Like, I hate to say it, like I think, and you see this even in things like computer science, where people are forgetting how to even code in relation to like the actual mechanisms of a computer. Because of they're essentially learning languages and not understanding the basis of the language in relation to the technology that it's relating to it. So like it does seem to me that all forms of inquiry need to reflect upon that conceptual history, right?
Gonna be very difficult to talk to. So at the dawn of philosophy, there were the ancient Greeks, and they were obsessed about one thing: understanding the stuff that everything is made from, what they called arche. Why? Because when a carpenter knows everything there is to know about wood, they know all there is to know about carpentry.
It's
So if you know everything there is to know about stuff that the world is made of, you know everything about, well, everything. Maybe you've heard in history class that the first Greek philosophers kept focusing on elements, that depending on who you asked, everything was supposed to be made out.
Yeah, this is the pre-Socratics. So the pre-Socratics were really big on elements, such like Anaxagoras, and that I think said that was what was Anaxagoras? Was he fire or water? I'm trying to remember like there's like various, like Aristotle goes over a lot of them, where the mark specific elements. I think Heraclitus says fire. I want to say Anaxagoras says water. But like it's not like and remember like they didn't mean this literally necessarily. A lot of them are using it as a means of explaining the conceptual basis of how the world works. Such that Heraclitus is saying that fire in the sense that it is ever changing.
Out of water, or air, or fire, or earth. While it's a good way to summon Captain Planet, it's a horrible oversimplification. It's especially unfair to the last two characters, who are also believed to be opposites. The fire guy was Heraclitus, who talked about how everything changes, and the earth
base, he's already there, man.
Guy, Parmenides, talked about how nothing changes.
Nothing changes, man.
That's another oversimplification, because they were both talking about the same thing, just from different ends.
Yes, which unifies in Plato. Oh, I love it.
Today, however, we're going to focus only on Parmenides, and on his idea of being, which created the world we lived in for these good 2400 years.
Wait a minute. We're going to focus on Parmenides and just cut Heraclitus out of there? Like, okay, no, I mean, Heraclitus actually did influence the Platonic tradition and Aristotle a lot. Like, so, like, saying, this was the indication of a logos. Especially since, like, obviously Parmenides is going to say that there is a unification in all being, such that what is must be, and is so unchanging. However, Heraclitus says everything is in flux, panta rai, and the reason he says that, is to give an argument for change and motion, such that he can essentially explain how things move, why things move and why things change, and what governs those movements is therefore a logos, an underlying principle which is knowable and unchanging, right? So he who is wise is he who understands the logos, right? That's Heraclitus, right? So Plato merges these together. He's going to say, like, yes, it's true that particulars essentially that particulars are in a constant state of change, and he's going to say that's because they are never fully themselves, right? Because they are never one with their essence, in such a way as to be they are composites of form, not the unity of the forms themselves. So that they're not wholly being. They're a mixture of essentially of a kind of being and nothingness in this respect, which is essentially why he sees this world as a world of decay or a world of shadows, where the world of forms is this higher level world that you can gain through the power of the recollection via reason, right? So like and you can understand what you've already seen in an unchanging real world. And he's going to say that defines existence. And he uses this to argue for the existence of a soul and everything. Check out like the Meno and stuff like that. It's really good for this sort of stuff. And that's where we're going to get this this unity, where we're going to have this unchanging being, right, which represents the principality, which makes all of the other beings possible, and specifically makes these particular beings and explains their existence, such that he kind of brings in this idea of the Heraclean logos and the Parmenidean is. But I mean, he will specifically say, like Plato specifically says, Parmenides was basically his teacher. He will say that, like, he uses Parmenides in his dialogues, and Parmenides is a very clear example for Plato, who he looks up to. But you can still see this Heraclean influence on Platonic thought.
He said, "It is necessary to say and to think that..."
Especially in things like the unity of opposites, like Plato's unity of opposites, that's really the result of someone like Heraclitus.
"What is, for it is to be, but nothing it is not." You might be thinking, wow, non-existent things don't exist? The T3 guys blew my mind once again. These absolute bangers are why I love philosophy. But wait, hold on. It's not as obvious as it sounds. A bit earlier, he also said, "Neither could you apprehend what is not, for it is not to be accomplished, nor could you indicate it."
Yeah, very much the way of fools versus the way of truth was Parmenides, and there's an epistemological point to be made from this.
First, to make it easy on the grammar, let's call what is a being and nothing, or what is not, a non-being. Okay, so let's say we have a country, Norway, but there's no anti-Norway. Let's call it Waynor. Well, Waynor doesn't exist, but it's not nothing. It's something that has some attributes. It exists as a concept, just not in the physical world. So it exists the same way that Tolkien's Middle-earth exists, just that a lot less was said about Waynor. But that's a difference in quantity, not quality. So there's a big difference between a non-existent being and a non-being. The second one can't have any properties. Can you imagine such a nothing? If you imagined emptiness, you're wrong. There is still time and space. So maybe you can try to imagine the hypothetical state of the universe before the Big Bang, where everything, including space...
You can just think of this as the negation of something. So it's like it literally negates the possibility of something's existence.
And time was...
And so is logically impossible.
Compressed to a single thing? Well, still no. It doesn't have many attributes, but it still exists. In philosophy, we could call it a monad. The only thing that exists, both metaphysically and logically. So there isn't even any idea of emptiness to contrast it with. It's something. Okay, so a non-being is something that isn't a thing. What's worse, it's a non-thing that doesn't even exist. So the only thing we can say about a non-being is that it's nothing or a non-being. If that's
even like even saying the word "a" implies that it, like, using the word like was it what's it called? It's not, well, yeah, well, like even using the word like "a," like saying like not a thing, implies individuation, which already implies like aspects of being to it.
Sounds like a circular definition here. That's because it is. Non-being is just a word. It doesn't relate to anything in the world, by definition. But also not to any concept except for itself. It's internally inconsistent. You can say nothing in the same way you can say square circle.
Yeah, but I mean, that's essentially what's being affirmed here, is that what is rational is actual. All right, and so we're going to find that there is something which is that essentially the world is fundamentally constrained by a form of thought, which implies what is capable of being. And this forms this idea of that we should be seeking wisdom to understand what exists.
And it means just as much. It's just a word. So, to sum up, being is something that exists, either physically or conceptually, while non-being is just a word. And for ancient Greeks, words were basically mouth sounds compared to real philosophy. Sure, there was a group of thinkers called the Sophists who actually tried to focus on language, but Plato dunked on them so hard in his dialogues that they got cancelled for 2400 years. Yep, that number is not a coincidence. And then there came the Abrahamic
True. It's true as well.
God who said, I am that I am.
And the thing is, these aren't just words for the realists in the Platonic tradition. They relate words to reality such that they don't consider the kind of grandiose forms of skepticism that are implicit, mostly because they actually had those forms of skepticism. Like the Sophists were engaging in a form of radical skepticism at the time of Plato and Socrates. And the reason that, and they really did get dunked on really hard because they couldn't linguistically defend themselves. Like their positions were always contradictions. And then you get the bases and the rules of thought and the rules of reality in many ways for the Greeks, which are the laws of logic. And so they essentially employed a form of logical inquiry in order to show that actually these modes of thinking are disingenuous and even dangerous, right? So it's not as if like they just saw them as words. Like non-being and being weren't just taken as words from the Greek perspective. It related to reality directly, such that it didn't matter whether you were a Persian or a Roman or whatever. In the words of Aristotle, fire burns in Greece as it does in Rome. So they are going to say that it doesn't matter what tradition, this transcends differences in tradition, and they're looking for this universal truth, which is why metaphysics was considered the study of things which do not change, or the study of being, and that's essentially like the basis of classical metaphysics.
So, in the contest of being and non-being, it was God versus a mouth sound, and the battle was won. Essentialism. Things inside themselves. Okay, since we know that only beings exist, let's look at why they are a particular kind of being and not a different one. Why is a mug a mug? The way of thinking called essentialism says that the most important attributes of a given being, its essence, are inside of it. Well, that makes sense. If I take a mug in my hand, it doesn't change. I'm not projecting any mugness into it. If I put it in a cupboard for 50 years, it will still be a mug. So the properties that make it a mug seem to be contained in it and seem to be permanent. Aristotle, who devised basically the whole dictionary of philosophy, would separate this mug and all the other beings into two components, matter and form. Matter is what the given being is made of, while the form is the shape.
We've kind of skipped over Plato, which is kind of weird, because Plato is going to say that the reason why we get this consideration of form in the first place is because of the implementation of essentially what the way that Socrates engaged, which is how to define a thing's existence. And so it's an indication of identity. Identity is indicated, as Socrates acknowledges, from an understanding of allness. In order to be itself, it must be completely unified with itself. So if I was to say that this is a cup, I'm like, well, what makes it a cup? Well, the thing that makes it a cup has to be shared not by just this cup, but also shared by all other cups. And also, in saying that, if this was to break or if this was to change in some way, that it would no longer fit the definition, there has to be a spectrum in which I can then judge whether that moves this from essentially being to non-being in relation to a specific form, a specific universal. And so that which is most universal is most causative, since it essentially defines the existence of the particulars. And this is inheriting from both Parmenides and Heraclitus, since the particulars are made manifest by a universal logos. And then we get Aristotle's separation between matter and form in the development of hylomorphism, which is to say that, which is really to build upon this Platonic tradition in the first place. And he's given more emphasis on if anything, the Aristotelian position here gives more emphasis on the process of individuation, so the particularity, and rather than making particularity like a non-existence, a non-being, he's making particularity a principle of individuation, such that it actually makes concrete the form. So like Aristotle's not going to say something like forms are what exist, like Plato would. Aristotle's going to say something more like the combination of matter and form is what exists, and matter's the individuating principle. So if you think about it, like form is the universality and matter is the particularity, such that when they're combined, you gain the concrete instantiation of a thing. And this is very much in relation to an understanding of causation. So yeah.
Matter has. So a mug is made out of porcelain, and it has a shape of an empty cylinder closed off on one end with a handle on the side. If you change the form, like close or open the cylinder on both sides, or change the matter, like made it from silk or hydrogen, it wouldn't be a mug anymore. How can it be changed otherwise? It's relatively simple. I can smash it against the wall, and it's not a mug anymore. So we have an external self-contained being, the wall, meeting a self-contained being, the mug, and affecting it by shattering. The matter is still there, but the form is all over the floor. Everything's nice and simple, with self-contained objects interacting with other objects. If we work out the details of those objects and their interactions, we should be golden. If it sounds intuitively understandable, there's a good reason for that. We live in an Aristotelian world, partially because of Thomas Aquinas, who...
Did he just say we live in an Aristotelian world? I wish we lived in an Aristotelian world. We would have flying cars if we lived in an Aristotelian world. We do not live in an Aristotelian world. Aristotle's had a lot of influence, and Thomas Aquinas is based, but we do not live in an Aristotelian world.
Recovered Aristotle's system from the Arabic world and made it into the philosophical underpinning of the Catholic Church, and also made God the most beingest being of all beings, like the gold standard of being. But
I don't know, okay, because we've skipped over Plato, and we've missed the Neoplatonists, now it's just Thomas Aquinas who's made the unification of God and the universality of being, God and existence. That's not what happened. But I guess he's oversimplifying, and that's fair. It's a stick man drawn thing. So essentially what happened was that Plato was the one that said that there was this unification of universalism, of universality and being, right? And he's inheriting that from Parmenides. Now, Plato's then criticized in some respects by Aristotle, who wants to make it a relationship between form and matter, but also wants to affirm that what is universal is that which is most causative. So how does he do that? Well, there has to be a species essence. There has to be this unity that unifies all of these beings, but it's made concrete in the relationship between these particulars, right? Between these material. And that's where you get this essence. Essence is substance without form. The substance of the cup is the unity of form and matter. The essence is essentially just the form. Now, Aristotle wants to go on and say that ultimately what gives an explanation for all of these things is that there is an absolute, that when we consider the relationship of all objects, when we consideration of all reality, we get what is called the prime mover, which is a unity between being in essence perfectly, such that it represents the unity of a thinking thing, thinking about itself eternally, right? And that derives essentially the relationship from all beings and it's established really in Aristotle's physics. And he gives this as the explanation for motion, because, well, unlike, in some respects, unlike, in many ways like Plato, but unlike Plato, he can't just affirm that this is a world of death like Plato, and that it's a form of, that it is a sort of, I think Plato describes it as a force, so that the force comes from the form and makes be, and then degrades in the particulars, right? And that's why you get death. From life you get death, and it falls into its opposite. Well, Aristotle doesn't want to say that. Aristotle doesn't want to, essentially, because he's not arguing for this abstract world of forms. Aristotle's not saying that. So Aristotle needs to give an explanation of causation since this external force is no longer implicit. So he calls it an energia, right? And it's a reciprocal relationship, such that it explains it's not just this top down, but it is essentially something that is retrocausative, something that is pulling us towards it, and that's the prime mover. And the prime mover essentially establishes the relation between first and last cause, where the first cause is the what would be called efficient causation, which explains how everything exists, so that you gain, let's say, the first cause, like a domino falls, whatever, but it moves towards, because all beings are trying to unite with their essence, right? And that's what everything's trying to do, right? And you can even see this in terms of animals, and uses the example was like good for an animal is in relation to its essence, so it's trying to unite its being with its essence, it's trying to seek perfection, right? So if everything's trying to seek perfection, it implies that there is a perfection that it's seeking, and that perfection that it's seeking is the prime mover, which is the absolute unity between its being and its essence, right? And so that implies, funnily enough, kind of the Christian God in some respects, depending on how you read it. Like Alistair McIntyre says that it doesn't imply a Greek God. It actually is more closely understood, can be understood as the Christian God. However, the Neoplatonists, before they even got Aristotle, had already basically the Neoplatonic influence. And when I say before they got Aristotle, before they got as much Aristotle, the Neoplatonic influence was far more dominant in the early church. They found it to be more compatible with Christian doctrine, and argued from that point that all being and God were the same, such that the form of the good or the form of the one, and argued from the Neoplatonic sense and made this distinction, crucial distinctions from Platonism, which aligned it with the Christian God, such that it's like applicable to I am that I am. Aquinas just made it better. Right, Aquinas essentially took that and merged it with Aristotelianism. So Aquinas didn't make this move; it was already made, and he actually inherited a lot of it from Augustine, and he essentially just merged it with Aristotle, and in many ways resolved many of the problems of Aristotle and the problems of Neoplatonism simultaneously, or made it worse, depending on who you ask. Yeah, I'll have to reread the physics, but I'm not sure if Aristotle argues for. I'll have to reread the physics in the metaphysics, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy to double check, Mario.
Then the 20th century happened, and nothing came back with a vengeance, and a thirst for blood. And we didn't notice it until it was too late. The non-being of language.
Now, this was already a problem for the ancient Greeks and for the sophists, and it was rejected by, defeated by the philosophers at the time. Unfortunately, really, it wasn't the 20th century. Like, seeing this as essentially the sort of birth of post-structuralism in many ways, the 20th century is a mistake. The separation between being and language really happened within nominalism, right? And I never shut up about this. Nominalism is essentially the product of the interpretation, of Aristotle and debate. So there was the interpretation of Aristotle and Plato led to huge debates in scholasticism about universals. Because if you understand, from what you should understand about this, is that the forms are universal, right? The essence is universal. And the being is often seen as particular, right? It's existing in particulars, right? It's the material being. Now, you had various groups around this time. You had I often call them exaggerated realists, but Mario's probably not going to like that. You get realists, like Platonic sort of realists. You get sort of Aristotelian realists for universals, or I would normally call them indifferentists. Then you get conceptualists, and then nominalists. Now, the nominalists can be seen and really derived and really hit the first sort of stride in William of Ockham. And William of Ockham, who wasn't officially a nominalist, he actually described his philosophy as normally called termism. He essentially made this separation between essentially the terms and what we perceive in particular reality, arguing that really what exists isn't defined, it isn't the same thing as the words that we use for it, right? That we start making general structures for words. And this is where we start getting like the birth of nominal essences, which is then sort of developed over time. Now, nominal essences is basically to say that an essence, there's no real essence, there's only an essence in name. It's a general term given to unify perceived particulars, right? You perceive particulars through your senses. What exists is understood through the senses, and you unify those perceptions through a name, and then that lets you say that you have a nominal essence, right? And so it's not a real essence. There's no real universal there. So it's a rejection of universalism, or universals rather. Now, you might think, well, is that not right? Like, why would we have a problem with that? Well, there's a few problems with that. Like, and there's actually like loads of metaphysical problems with that. But the reason that makes a problem here is because a few hundred years later, like as this develops, you get someone called David Hume. And David Hume points out, and essentially what's famously known as Hume's fork, that if we make this hard line distinction between that which is universal and that which is essentially material or particular, and this is the result of the empiricist tradition, the British empiricist tradition, you end up essentially removing concepts that we use to make not only judgments, but even be able to say anything actually exists. So Hume is able to doubt the existence of God, doubt the existence of minds, doubt the existence of causation. And in many ways, he wasn't even the most radical skeptic before this. There was Descartes, who is even more radical, as he's trying to resolve many of the epistemological problems that have derived from the various explanations of how universals and particulars exist. And what you end up with is essentially this schism, this absolutely vast, unwavering absence of truth in our observation of reality, such that he calls into question at the time Newtonian physics. Now, this was actually, I think, defeated like pretty badly. I think Hume's been ripped apart, and I think nominalism's dead, and I don't know why anyone engages like this. Unfortunately, it led to the ways in which it was defeated. Well, one such way was by Immanuel Kant. But Immanuel Kant, the way in which he essentially defeated nominalism was to make the subject the structuring force of reality, such that we basically confine reality, construct reality in relation to our ideas. And this is sort of the birth of phenomenalism, or phenomenalism in many ways, but in phenomenology. And so this became the study from metaphysics to very much in relation to our perceptions and a psychological understanding of humanity and how do we perceive the world through our psychology. Now, I think that's incredible and I think it's vital. The issue is, at this point, there came a divergence of how to explain this. On one side, you had a kind of pushback that moved us more towards, so you've got realists who denied Kant's perspective, but also denied Hume. They were largely unsuccessful in terms of influence. Then you had that was people like Thomas Reid. Then you had, not entirely, there were that did have more influence, especially in the United States, until we went and ruined it later on. But then you had the German idealist tradition. That's where I'm very much involved, and I love the German idealist tradition. And that's people like Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who are looking to resolve the problems of Kant and also save essentially truth, because that's at stake. Kant has made truth subjective, basically. Now, another tradition that arose at the same time ran the exact opposite way, taking truth to be subjective, very much marking a separation, because Kant didn't want truth to be subjective. He was not arguing for that, but it was sort of the logical result of his philosophy. And you gain the philosophy of people like Schopenhauer, and then where he marks a distinction between the will, that which is essentially formative, and the representation, such that there is this necessary divide between that which is willed and that which is represented, such that he also basically kills truth. And then we get Nietzsche, who runs with this philosophy and shows that it leads to truth being a currency, and truth being subjective. And Nietzsche then inspired essentially the post-structuralists. And then we get all of this essentially 20th century rejection of emergence of non-being, right?
Everything started out innocently enough. The 19th century was just concluded, and it has created most of the world as we know it. Sex, family, industry, the state and the city, capitalism and socialism, history and religion, and our whole conception of almost everything. The world back then was surprisingly similar to what we commonly believe in now. Back then, all was mostly simple and tidy. It was only in the 20th century that philosophy and physics and biology and art and what else became weird. The main reason for this normality was that Parmenides was still king, despite all the changes philosophy went through.
That's just not even true, though. Like, I mean, like, obviously the late Enlightenment thinkers and someone like Nietzsche mark at the 19th century the move towards the sort of quote unquote death of God and the disruption of the fundamental institutions which structured human thought, right? So what we're seeing is, like, in the 20th century is its continuation, the continuation of late Enlightenment philosophy in modern philosophy. And we gain and you know, and there's also the influence of people like Karl Marx, but it's specifically movements that are like the sort of surrealists in art and so on, that are starting to form the basis of post-structuralism. And even like that, actually the critical theory of Marx can't be underestimated in this, which was a perversion of Hegelian philosophy, really, which led to essentially an ideological skepticism which was actually untenable and impossible, and sought to destroy philosophy at its root in the first place. But it led to forms of critical analysis which essentially argued for a ideological bias in everything. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, in reality, we can blame people like Marx and Nietzsche for the problems that we have now.
Only being existed, and nothing was still just a mouth sound. So it's fitting that the crack through which nothing seeped back into our world was still study of mouth sounds. Linguistics. We're going to spoil things here. It eventually turned out that the language is very, very, very important. It's not some transparent medium that you use to express your thoughts. Your thoughts are language-based. In fact,
I just don't understand why he thinks that this is happening in the 20th century when people like Hobbes are making arguments about language in like the 17th century.
In fact, there is very little outside of language. Sure, you have your own world of internal impressions or sense data, but they aren't really thoughts. They're more of like crude intuitions. You can't hold many of them in your mind at one time, while you can easily juggle multiple words and concepts. And that's because, compared to other species, our human language is something very unique. It's our operating system. It doesn't just help us think, it's what makes our thinking possible. So it's not just a tool of understanding the world, or at least not a passive.
He's talking about the non-being of language when I think he's really trying to reference the problem of ideology.
It's a tool that shapes us to an extraordinary degree, both individually and as a civilization. When all you've got is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. So if language is the only tool you've got for understanding the world, then everything looks like a word. Or rather, we need to make it into a word so that we can do anything with it. This is why it's impossible to understand 20th century philosophy without the philosophy of language. And by studying language, the Swiss philosopher Ferdinand de Saussure discovered something very unusual about... No, not the existence. Or at least, not yet. You see, earlier researchers studied the creation of words as an evolutionary process, how they changed over time. So, for example...
Yeah, it is weird that he's seeing philosophy of language as a modern thing when, like, you had Hobbes, Locke, like, there's so many... in terms of the empiricists and the rationalists giving an explanation for how language functions. And then you get, like, the problems in language that we see later on derive from the problem of ideology. You read too, yeah, like the problem of ideology. So it's kind of weird that he's, like, obviously, like, there was this point of saying, like, that, like, the whole point of nominalism, which led to this, really, is to say that it is to mark this separation.
Example, starting from cavemen until now, the words evolved more or less like this.
The scholastics, yeah.
Ug, mug, mug, mug. I mean, we're not linguists or archaeologists, so we're not sure if it happened exactly that way, but we feel pretty confident. We've watched quite a few episodes of the Flintstones, so, you know, we've done our research. This is called diachronical thinking, or thinking in terms of time. Okay, but while this may work for history, that's not how language actually is. Like, when we're learning our first language as babies, or a second language sometime later on, we don't study the history of it, yet we still can master it. And this was what interested de Saussure. How does a language actually work? So instead of looking at the changes diachronically, he decided to look synchronically. Not at how words relate to each other by their shared history, where they branched out from their evolutionary ancestors, but how they relate to each other right now. And when you look at the word mug in this way, you don't do it by comparing it to its parent and grandparent, but to its present-time neighbors. Whenever I say the word mug, I also sort of call up the words bug or mud to show that I'm not talking about them, but about something similar to them. The word mug doesn't exist by itself. It lies somewhere next to bug and mud, and it's this difference in the general proximity of these words that makes it a mug. It's part of a network of words. In a way, it's less important what mug is.
That was a weird way to talk about syntax. I actually don't think that, like, obviously, like, in terms of just, like, sounds, like, we're looking at it more like prefixes and suffixes and, you know, like, the ways in which, like, language and etymologically functions in relation to each other. Like, sure, like, but it's not to say that it's somewhere between, like, a mug isn't somewhere between mud and bug, right? Like, in terms of the expression of the meaning, like, and what
is, and way more important,
am I missing something there? Am I being stupid? Like,
what it is not, and it's not all the other words. Here someone might say that it's only sophistry. See that word? Sophistry? All the negative connotations? That's Plato's doing and his dislike of language.
No, it's not Plato's dislike of language, and it's not Plato's. It was Socrates' Duncan on the sophists, because the sophists were a problem. The sophists essentially, and what we can see and this is where the problem of ideology derives, is that you can see that Nietzsche essentially backed the sophists. He said that the sophists were right in relation to the Platonic debates.
One could say that we've just reversed the perspective, that if we wanted to point out a letter in an alphabet, then instead of saying A is A, we're saying A is not B, not C, not D, and all.
Right, so he's actually just saying in terms of the relation between words and the signs themselves. Right, I'm understanding now. Not necessarily like the actual functioning of the word, right?
All the way up to not Z. But what you have in this example is not really a network of letters. It's just a simple set of them, where they're all treated as equal. Language is a whole different beast. It's a network spread out over some area. Or, let's finally say it, a structure. And it's the structure that decides the place and role of each and every word. Sure, the word mug is not one of all the other words, but it is so in its very own unique way. The relation of not being between mug and any other particular word is different. Some words are...
I hope if he's going to talk philosophy of language, he gets to Wittgenstein and just kills post-structuralism. Actually, it doesn't really kill post-structuralism. I guess it argues for a kind of phenomenalism, and Wittgenstein's wrong, but like at the same time, it does a good deal at killing a lot of the sort of the subjective takes on truth. Makes it relativistic, but
are further away from it than the others, and it's that varied distance between it and every other word that puts mag in its proper place. Okay, so it's not being something that decides what a word is, but it not being everything else. There's no central word that is,
I
which
suppose that
everything
the
is centered around.
post-structuralists, I don't know many of the post-structuralists did the same, like Leopold argued for aesthetic judgments and...
Everything is the not being of everything else. You might think that will...
Okay, I'm going to be right back because I need to go to the bathroom, so 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so far, I mean, it's good. I actually really like it. The only issue I have with it is that we've missed the problem of ideology and we've jumped to the linguistic turn of the 20th century, which really can't be understood without the problem of ideology. We've also missed out the Platonic tradition, and sort of scaped over like the debates. And like, I understand we're trying to save time, but scaped over the debates in the medieval era and the scholastics, which led to nominalism, and we've totally skipped over nominalism. So we've kind of just jumped 1,000 years. We've kind of briefly covered, like, in many ways, it would have made more sense to just forget about Parmenides and put Plato in more detail, because you can basically cover Parmenides and just cover Plato and Aristotle, rather than Parmenides, Aristotle, 20th century linguistic philosophy of language. Like that's like a hell of a jump. And I don't think a beneficial one. Instead, I think you want to look at nominalism, its impact. You want to look at how that nominalism has led to the problem of ideology, essentially, which is even, it led to arguably the empiricist rationalist divide, which led to the problem of ideology and the problem of how to ground the self, and then you've really hit bedrock of how this is going to develop. You could have even done it in terms of the Enlightenment project, and how the Enlightenment project how the skepticism of the Enlightenment project essentially alienated the possibilities of justified authority, which led to an increasing atomization amongst individuals, and so led to a sort of decentralized structure of truth derived from subjectivity, and so led to like a kind of aestheticism, and then someone like Nietzsche, but not just sort of this. That's my only real criticism. Not to say that it's bad. I think that it's a good video, but it's just not actually explaining what's going on. And especially in terms of the linguistic turn of the 20th century, we can even understand that there's differences in the linguistic turn of the 20th century for the Anglo-American tradition, or specifically the British analytic tradition at the time, and the German, well, the sort of continental tradition, especially in the French, the French existentialists, and then the postmodernists. But we see the influence of and the importance of language really in how in the development of people like Husserl, and then Heidegger, and then Heidegger's influence, or even like we could go from essentially the problem of ideology in relation to Nietzsche, and Kierkegaard, and then Heidegger, and then from Heidegger we get this very linguistic, this strong emphasis on language, in Husserl and Heidegger, and then we get like Gadamer. But from Heidegger we get Sartre and existentialism, and then the impact of French existentialism upon the postmoderns is massive. So then you get that. That's how I would probably have went with it, because otherwise you're essentially putting the cart before the horse. Like, the linguistic problems are the result of an ideological problem of how to ground ideology, not like language, like realizing language is structured a certain way made us think differently. It was more like we start approaching the philosophy of language as a way to give concrete explanations of what exists and how to communicate and what truth is, and in relationships between competing ideologies at the time, because this is the birth of the modern period where we start to see like the problem of ideology and ideologies as competing. And this is in many ways where you start seeing the word, you start seeing, like, once we hit the problem of ideology, and even like before this, you start to see this start to develop when we see the development of words for middle grounds between competing ideologies. For example, the word religion wasn't developed until like the 17th century, and that emphasizes a concrete way of thinking which presents religions as having a similar structure and competing against one another. And then in terms of ideologies, when we start looking at the sort of critical philosophy and the modern philosophy, which are looking at ideologies as competing structures, then we start seeing, hey, wait a minute, these all have unique languages, they mean certain things, what is going on, they are structuring meaning. And then we have to consider, like, you know, the development of this sort of how do we ground meaning, and then you know, turns to the philosophy of language.
We're getting dangerously close to non-being here, but hey, mug and bug and mud are still just words or collection of mouth sounds, the same way that non-being is. So the Parmenidean existence is safe. But unfortunately, de Saussure took non-being.
I just think that it's mad that he's just, apparently these are all just mouth sounds, like, until the 20th century. No one's looked at language until the 20th century.
one step further. Mug, bug, and mud are sounds or symbols, and they're like how
I mean, that's it. Postmodernism can be defined as a critique of meta-narrative, which is essentially just the rejection of the modernistic narrative that you can't have a unified narrative explanation for reality, coming from the point that there's no successful unifier in this competition of ideologies, right?
half of a word or a sign. It's the top half, which the socio called the signifier. The bottom half of it is called the signified, and it's whatever the word refers to, either something physical or a concept. And surely, if you look at the signifieds of mug and mud or dug, there's like a world of difference. It's only the sounds that are similar. But not exactly. The crack to non-being
Are you saying that we didn't know this until the 20th century?
has been opened, and we can see that trickle coming in. Sure, a drinking vessel isn't a mixture of earth and water, or the past tense of pig. In the same way, it isn't a donkey, or an angel, or the concept of time. But our mug also isn't a cup, or a glass, or a plate. It's not only sounds that can be placed within a structure of differences, but also meanings. This leads to a
He's trying to imply nominalism came from the 20th century right now, isn't he?
dangerous conclusion, that just as with words, every meaning relies not on itself, but on all the other meanings. Which means there really isn't a central meaning that all the other meanings are built around. Instead, they're built on non-being other meanings. That's a scary amount of non-being for a word that supposedly exists.
I'm just wondering how we've managed to, the whole, consideration of nothingness and Hegel, since, being and nothingness form the foundation of his entire philosophy, right? His entire explanation of movement, right? I'm just wondering how that's just managed to escape this. Do you know, nothingness wasn't a thing until the 20th century? What the fuck? Excuse me, but what?
But maybe we could keep it contained to linguistics, because language is just a tool? Yeah, you can already guess that's not going to happen, but
that's not necessarily how people were even viewing it. Language was a tool, but even in relation that, nominal essences, there was matters of fact and then relations of ideas, and then there was people who were arguing quite the opposite, that the language itself, the universals that were contained in that we are speaking about in language aren't necessarily fully contained in the particulars, right? So it's man, there was so much philosophy of language before this, never mind just general metaphysics, which also looked at the problem of being, which very much came back, but not considering nothingness, really around the times of the 17th century, the 18th century, not the 20th century, and then how this was resolved caused the linguistic turn, not.
Before we destroy the 19th century world completely, we need to look a bit closer at the system we're going to use, because de Saussure separated the structure of language also into parts. Well, technically 3, but we won't care about the last one. Langue and parole. Parole is concrete speech, sentences, texts, video essays, in short, everything that we do say. And language is how we say it. Langue decides the shape of our parole. It exists underneath it. This is the structure in structuralism, the invisible way in which language is organized. It's more than just grammar rules. It's the reason that the rules are what they are. The genetic code, the template, how they are created and how they change. The very fabric of reality. Yeah, we're not doing linguistics anymore, are we? The non-being of everything. Actually, in the mid-20th century, folks were still doing structuralism mostly in linguistics, which started getting boring, and its limitations were starting to show, mostly because its synchronical approach made it ahistorical. So, because structuralism was unable to understand history, it almost became history. But then came the dark savior of structuralism, the vessel of non-being and the shatterer of Parmenidean worldview, the big daddy of structuralism, Claude Levi-Strauss. You see, Levi-Strauss was an ethnologist, so he didn't worry about ahistoricity all that much. It was even a good thing, because if you start studying the culture of some barely known village or tribe, you don't worry about their history. You need to understand their worldview as soon as possible and make it into something comprehensible to other scholars. You need to understand the structure of their society. One of the amazing features of the humanities and social sciences is their potential for cross-pollination. While you can take a methodology from...
I'm just wondering how we do that without that history, man.
From wildly different discipline and apply it to an apparently wildly different field. That was the case with Levi Strauss when he went, what if we treated families as a kind of language? While it initially sounds weird, if we think about it, there are some rules to who can marry whom, which woman gets married to which family and which village. And that creates a network of connections with aunts and nephews and parents-in-law and so on, placing every person in a standing which depends on all the other connections. Every such village would have its own system, its own pahol. And behind every pahol lies a lang, and more universal set of rules on how to speak. If we apply that to family relations, then we discover the grammar of this society, its structure. After all, the rules for marrying and the rules of grammar were invented by people. So it's not a stretch to say that some parts of the lang of language will be similar to the lang of marriage. That was only the beginning, and Levi Strauss didn't stop there. He also looked at myths from different parts of the world. And you know, myths are weird. They are stories where anything can happen, like, say, goddess of the sun gets upset and goes to sulk in the cave, which plunges the world in darkness, and is only lured out after a different goddess flashes her lady bits. There are different versions of the myth of Amaterasu in the cave, but I'm going with that one. But even this weirdness can be analyzed like a language. Instead of phonemes, we have mythemes, which form a pahol and a lang. The structural approach gives us a better perspective than just analyzing every single myth by itself. And so, ultimately, Levi Strauss started looking at all of these different languages together as an expression of something, some structure that originates somewhere in the human or in the society, but one that is in some way universal. It created all the other social structures that we have, and we can analyze them like a language, but not because they're linguistic. It's because the structure of language is the easiest one to study. We know its goal, we know its structure, so we can see how much of what we know is specific only to language, and how much can be applied to marriages or myths or anything developed by the human mind. And from here on out, the perspective seemed limitless. Levi Strauss became a full-fledged anthropologist, studying everything having to do with humans, and structuralism expanded.
Yeah, anthropology became like incredibly influential in 20th century philosophy. Like 20th century philosophy is characterized by being heavily anthropological, especially in the context
to every nook and cranny of humanities and social sciences. Someone might ask, wait, what? You mean that before this whole structuralism thing was developed, no scholar ever chose to look at the big picture? Of course, that's not the case. These kinds of holistic perspectives arose independently in different scientific fields. But what structuralism did was to give them a common set of tools, which allowed us to translate the results from one field to another. It was possible because all of the sciences, at least the human component of it, were structures. And they were similar because the structure that made humans act is a singular thing. So if we just studied all the cultures...
I mean, obviously, philosophy was engaged in a kind of structuralist analysis long before this because of the considerations of things like human nature and also metaphysics. But I get his point, and I like the way that he describes Strauss. So it was a nice explanation. I like it. That's what.
Everywhere, all the sciences everywhere, all the art everywhere, we could ultimately find the Holy Grail. The answer to life, humanities, and everything. The structure of structures. The big question of structuralism. If this sounds like a tall order, well, it was. As we often say on this channel, the universal solution to everything always ends up being a particular solution to some things, and the same was true with structuralism. But before we talk about its downfall, we need to discuss what made it so revolutionary. First off, it completely changed the way we look at the world. It showed that treating the world like a collection of self-contained beings that do stuff is no way to look at the big picture. Until then, the world was usually treated like a billiards table, where one ball hits another, then that force sends them in a particular direction, and that's it. You just need to multiply it by a lot. Generally, the universe is a machine, and once we know all of its components, well, we'll know how the machine works. As a side note, please remember that we're telling a story here, so we need to omit some details. For example, this mechanistic perspective wasn't universal. In the late 19th century, Darwin's discovery of evolution sent shockwaves everywhere. In philosophy, it created a new way of thinking, vitalism, a belief that the universe can be treated as a living being. And life, as we know, finds a way to evolve. Creatively. If you're interested, you might want to start off with Henry Bergson's Introduction to Metaphysics, which is lighter, and Creative Evolution, which is still not that bad. Actually, if you enjoy our channel, do look up on Bergson and other vitalists. This philosophy is seeing a revival in the form of stuff like new materialism, which is one of the frameworks we use on this channel. Anyway, back to the story. It's very easy for us to understand the limitations of this essentialist mechanicist perspective, at least now, since we're not really living in it. Imagine trying to understand how a forest works with just an essentialist approach, as just a complex collection of individual organisms or species that interact with each other. And since you believe that the essence of a particular being is located within it and nowhere else, if you want to...
I just don't know why, look, man, look, this was certainly, oh, man. Like, the mechanical view of reality that led to people like Darwin, right? Like the mechanistic view of reality that we can like he's just sort of forgotten that the British empiricism is a thing. Like that's where I just don't know, like there's like 400, 500 years of history that's just been wiped out, like easy. Like, and replaced with Charles Darwin, like does anyone else see, like, am I being a bit harsh there, or like I feel like it's high quality, and I feel like it's actually got something good to say, and there's a lot of good things in it. There's some things I disagree with, even the characterizations and stuff. It's got a lot of good things to say. I just think that it's not even that it's oversimplified. It's oversimplifying the history to the point in which it's actually not even the history anymore. This is like a kind of false history. If PV watches a history of philosophy, it better have the word mediation in it. 100%, man. But yes, kind of. The British empiricists and I would say like the rationalists in different ways. The British empiricists want to say that there is a real mechanism dependent upon the empiricist, right? So someone like Locke is going to be a conceptualist and say that this is our understanding. So like the way in which we describe reality is not actually reality, such that he's making this separation between language and what is real and like language. Right, that was something that happened way before the 20th century, and he's going to say that but we're building up structures which emulate the what we're perceiving through a process of induction, which is understanding how these particulars interrelate. And then the rationalists are going to say, like as you say, like your Spinoza's, your Descartes. They're going to also argue for a kind of mechanism. They're going to argue for mechanism from the point of it being a priori. Now, the empiricists, until Hume, really, more than Hume kind of killed this, but the empiricists argued for mechanism and defended people like Newton, Locke, for example, wanted to form the basis of to defend Newtonian physics. So, like, in many ways, like, both sides were arguing for a mechanistic approach, from your Leibniz's and your Newtons. And so in many ways, in general, like, yeah, maybe just 500 years of history is just being, like, ignored. I don't know. It depends on what you mean by mechanism, though, Lewis, if you say that you think he's anti-mechanism. But I'd certainly say that the empiricists argue for a kind of mechanism, especially someone like Locke. And then, and Hobbes. And, I mean, all of them are Christian, right? Like, as well. So it's not like they're saying that this, but it's ordered by God. And it depends on what we mean by mechanism, I guess. Yeah, but, like, I don't see teleology and mechanism as being incompatible, Lewis. So maybe we mean different things when we, like, I mean just mechanism in the sense of it being rationally ordered. Maybe not purely mechanistic, I guess, if you want to say that, like, purely mechanistic. But I think teleology and mechanism are absolutely compatible. Yeah, Leibniz is retrocausative. But, like, I don't think Leibniz is arguing for, like, a non-mechanistic approach. Oh, yeah. I agree, Mario. So it's kind of a mechanism. Like, it... But regardless, I guess that's, like, sort of secondary. It's, like, the point in which I'm really just sort of not enjoying at this point in the video is that we've went from the 20th century's linguistic turn, went back a couple of hundred years, and we've said that people didn't really believe in mechanism. This wasn't looked at, and that this is where, like, non-being came from. Like, it just feels like not ahistorical. It just seems like I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem to be, like, I understand, like, there's nuances in the sense that, like, we're discussing, like, is mechanism and teleology compatible? Does Leibniz argue for a kind of teleological mechanism? Like, that's one thing. Fuck, I've gloss over that shit. Yeah, fair enough. But, like, if you're, like, we're talking about how, like, people were thinking about language, and until the 20th century, he's saying that people just thought about it as mouth sounds. Like, and that just seems wholly wrong. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's clearly wrong.
Study the being, you'd need to exclude any external interference. So if you want to understand the essence of a, say, fox, how do you exclude it? How big part of its foxness comes from it living in a forest? If we look it up in a solid white 4 square meter room, do we get more foxness or less? Or will nothing change? For an even more extreme version, let's imagine that we're trying to understand the real, self-contained nature of a person. If we place them in a sort of zoo, or maybe unthrough, until they are, say, 20 years old, would we learn more of what makes humans human? No, of course not. This person would be so impaired in their functioning that our research would be considered a grievous crime. And this is because we removed the influence of the structure of society on that person. The very structure that person was born to express. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Of course, you could take an essentialist point of view and say that the self-contained human being requires a proper environment to grow, like a seed needs water and soil. You could say that human needs food to survive, but a culture to develop. And being dependent on these things doesn't make the human, or the fox.
And I want to point out, like, the Greeks said this, right? like that's how far back that idea goes.
Any less self-contained. That's a fair answer. But the role of structuralism is not to replace essentialism in each and every case. Both of them have their strengths and their weaknesses. They are different philosophical frameworks, and generally, the more of these we have, the better. As we have said in our video on the Capitalocene... Oh, a side note. In our opinion, some Marxists sometimes tend to overuse dialectical thinking because it's the only philosophical framework they've ever learned by studying, well, Marx. If you feel that about you, then please don't take it the wrong way.
Sorry, what? You think Marxists study Marx? Have you met Marxists? I think the only guy that don't read.
Most folks don't know any philosophical frameworks at all, so you are still ahead. But the reason that dialectics seem to explain everything so well is that you only have one thing to compare it to, and that's the everyday common sense thinking. And it's absolute rubbish for understanding the world in any kind of systematic sense. But, say, theology student who only knows neo-scholasticism will also believe that it explains everything perfectly. The truth is, there exist various philosophical frameworks which can be used to understand the world, and all of them are better than common sense thinking. While some are clearly better than others, every framework has its strong and weak points. You absolutely can use a wrong tool for the job. It's just going to cost you a lot of effort to make it work, and the results you get will be either overly complicated or not very interesting. And if we look at what structuralism did, it was one hell of a new framework. To put it in one sentence, the essence of a being is not contained within it, but rather in a difference between it and other beings. Or to put it even shorter, a being is determined by what it is not. We could...
you know what I really hate, that we're giving that to, like, Strauss and not Hegel. Like, The fact that we're giving that to Strauss and not Hegel just hurts.
Call this, it is not, a constitutive outside, the everything else that makes a being itself. Although this term comes from post-structuralist thinkers like Judith Butler or Ernesto Laclau. But you can also interpret it in another, more paradoxical way. While we can point to a difference between two beings, the difference itself doesn't exist. We can say the vowel A or a vowel E in some kind of that's somewhere in the middle, but we can't pronounce the difference between A and E. So in a single sentence, that what is not makes that what is. Sorry, Parmenides, don't let that door hit you on the way out. The downfall of structuralism. It should now be clear why we've called
It's starting to piss you off now, Mario. Okay.
structuralism the question of the 20th century. And the question could be, what if things exist outside of themselves? Because that's the actual problem many people have with postmodernism, both its critics and those of you that are struggling to understand it. The question of non-being hasn't been raised only by structuralists, as it's a common topic in 20th century philosophy, but they had by far the biggest impact on humanities and social sciences. In terms of history, structuralism rose to popularity just as existentialism was at its peak, and basically wiped the floor with it. You see, the existentialists were terrified of the potential for human freedom, of the infinite possibilities of having free will, that we could become anyone and do anything, and that it's only our unawareness that keeps us from seeing it all and having a full-blown existence.
I was saying that post-structuralism structuralism defeated existentialism. What? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know about that. Like,
Potential crisis, like all the time. The structuralists simply looked down on them and said, listen, kiddo, you very well know you are not gonna do all these things. You'll do the whole song and dance, you're gonna have your little crisis, you're gonna be amazed, you're gonna promise yourself how starting tomorrow you'll leave your job, you'll make your dream of becoming a llama farmer in the end is true. And then, tomorrow comes around, you're gonna wake up as usual, eat the same breakfast as usual, take your morning commute as usual, and stare at Excel sheets for 8 hours.
I mean, I think actually, like, the existentialists were more afraid not of the, like, existentialists explained vertigo by the fear of possibilities, but actually argued that, like, the biggest fear of people like Sartre in many ways was being bad faith and inauthenticity, which was being self-sacrificial, and exactly what you're saying. So it's like, okay, I'm glad you don't understand existentialism. I mean,
as usual. Because what you are is just an emanation of the structure, and there's no way you can go against it. It's not you who's talking right now, it's the structure. It's not you who's working right now, it's the structure. It's not you who decides your career, it's your limitless potential as a human being. Just messing with you. It's the structure, of course. Obviously, you can see how the structuralist approach is better for, say, sociology. While existentialism still survives as one of the frameworks, it's mostly being used living our own individual lives, where it's still very relatable. Structuralism, however, ties up many more things much more neatly. The structuralist answer is scary, sure, but it doesn't make it scientifically unviable. However, you might feel that it's also too tidy and too neat, and, well, you are right. The lofty idea of structure of structures never came to be, because the concept of structure itself ultimately turned out to be too limited. This is where post-structuralism comes in. It's hard to define and summarize neatly because it wasn't a singular school of thought, but more like various criticisms of structuralism. Additionally, it falls under the umbrella term of postmodernism, which tends to make it even murkier. But, dear viewer, fear not. We love you, and we care. So much in fact that we can give you not one, not two, but 3 important tips on how to approach post-structuralism. The first is that it added chronological thinking, allowing us to study how the structure changes over time. The second is that it acknowledged how the real world interferes with and makes changes to structure, which in structuralism was neat and self-contained. It only changed according to its own internal rules. And the third, and biggest one, is that there isn't a single structure that organizes everything. Just as there isn't any single node that organizes any given structure, there isn't any structure of structures. There are multiple structures interacting with each other and the physical world, but not in any organized fashion, or at least none that we know of. So you can have a structure of free market economics and a structure of discourse and the structure of natural sciences and democracy and storytelling, religion, law, and so on and so on. It's also important to keep in mind that we're only treating structures as something that exists, but they themselves are just concepts, something that we've created to help us think. But they are not some metaphysical beings that lie underneath our reality and create it. What's in it for us? In the introduction, we framed postmodernism as an answer to a question posed by structuralism. And the question is, what if there is no essence within beings and it all depends on relations? Now that we know it, we can try to engage with postmodernism, which takes it as a base assumption. But if you only know this common sense essentialism that is prevalent in everyday thought and try to look at postmodernism in its terms, well, everything will seem scary and chaotic and nihilistic. Most importantly, we may confuse things being relative with things being arbitrary. But what structuralism teaches us is that the thing that fixes each node in place is relations. So every node is stable precisely because it's relative to all the other ones. Things don't change chaotically, but they also don't change mechanistically. They change according to the rules of the whole structure. Of course, postmodernism goes much further. Social constructs have emerged from the sociology of knowledge, performativity of gender relies on discoveries of the so-called performative turn, and the way Derrida analyzes the structure of texts or concepts has less to do with finding structural connections and more with pushing the boundaries of how they can be formed. But all of these approaches start from structuralist perspective, even if they treat it as baby's first philosophy. Another thing. The divide between essentialism and structuralism is echoed both in the difference between common sense thinking and the methodology of social studies, as well as in right-left politics.
Do you guys see structuralism and essentialism as necessarily in conflict? Because I've never seen that conflict. I don't think that they are. I think that it's a way of trying to give an explanation for why people are the way they are, and an indication of human nature. But I don't think them as necessarily in conflict. You think they're necessarily in conflict, Mario? I wouldn't have thought so.
While in the first case, it only comes from a lack of deeper thought. In the latter, it strongly informs the ethics of a given side. Structuralism and its descendants will find their home near the left of the spectrum.
So you think they're incompatible, Mario, and Lewis, you think they're compatible? I think they're compatible. Yes, because I don't think the essence is a structure. Sure, but I think that, you know, you can see someone like, you can understand, let's say, someone like Lacan, who I think is a structuralist, who's arguing for what I would consider a kind of an essentialist view of human psychology, yet builds it up into a structural relation between, such that the self is revealed through the mediation of the other. Same as like influenced by Hegel, such that the essence is revealed in the structure, but that the structure allows for the revelation of the essence, not as opposed to it, right? How long am I going to be streaming? It depends. I'm not sure.
Because they're focused more on analyzing the society and the environment that an individual lives in, and less on the individuals themselves. Right-wing will focus more on the characteristics. Maybe they're born better, or they've tried harder at becoming a better person. Either way, what makes them morally good or evil is inside of themselves. A guy stole something? Lock him up. He's essentially evil, so we can only punish him, not change.
I don't think that's what the right-wing do. I think that's a bit like fucking I really don't think that this guy's like he makes some good points now and again, and I like the animations and there's some good philosophy there, but like, we're really gonna say that all conservatives are just arguing for a form of punishment because you can't change? That's not it at all. Like, you don't have, like, for example, Hegel would have said that, you know, like, retribution's one part of punishment, rehabilitation's another, and that like sort of restitution is another. So I don't know why we would need that like perspective if you're a conservative, and likewise, why can't someone who's, let's say, like a non-essentialist believe in punishment, even for rehabilitative purposes or for deterrence?
Change him. The best we could hope for is that his example will scare the other evil people into submission. Is a politician corrupt? Look her up. She's essentially evil. But if we look up all of the...
Like, none of the... Like, you're not going to say that they're essentially evil, because most of the people that are going to be arguing for this kind of punishment are going to be Christians, and they're going to say your essence isn't evil, man. Like, that's like you, maybe if you're a Calvinist or something.
essentially evil ones and replace them with essentially good people will finally be able to drain the swamp. Also, depending on your ethical system, sometimes changing society for the better may not be good, actually. Sure, with increased social spending, these essentially evil people will commit fewer crimes, but that also means that we have more evil people in the society at large. We've cured the symptom, temporarily, but not the disease. We've just...
Like, come on, man, this is just this is, at this point, it's just being politically disingenuous. I'm a Hegelian, Goon Guys Inc.
spent money for them to avoid some punishment that they had coming. On the other hand, if you look at people from the leftist point of view, as mostly products of the society around them, the environment and the social system becomes the most important factor. A person stealing or a politician being corrupt is just an individual expression of a structural problem. The greatest evil becomes shaping the society in a way that causes individuals to commit evil acts. The greatest good then lies not in punishing these individuals, but by changing the structure of power flows.
No, this is like a real overly generalization. It's just like, obviously left-wing are more likely to be post-structuralist, but like, it's not even just that, it's how you respond to the concept of freedom and free will, right? Like, how, and like, this is why the problem of ideology is important, because it's more like, it's the problem of ideology. This is why postmodernism over post-structuralism, normally when you talk about this stuff, this is why, like, essentially you related to the modern, like the relation between the Enlightenment and modernism. Is that like Trump or Biden ideology?
In the society in such a way that these acts no longer take place. So that's an ethical difference. What about the ethical choice we mentioned at the beginning? Well, you can still agree with the tenets of structuralism, but live your individual life in a more essentialist fashion. You can believe the moral values are something that exists independently, or that a person or a country are self-contained and constant beings. Because structuralism is ultimately just an analytical tool, and these tools don't give a moral direction. They don't answer the question of ethics, how to live my life. Some people just need to have an actual defined beauty, god, or country around which they can build their lives. Others feel fine with a structure devoid of a particular center because they can derive the beauty or meaning from the whole of it. You can't really say that one ethical approach is objectively better just because of analytical tools. Finally, let's offer our simplified decolonial perspective on philosophy as an academic discipline, especially the historical approach to it. First, it's not the history of thought, it's just a history of a particular mode of thought. We believe that it is something that everyone should know, at least a bit, in the same way that history of the Western Europe is. Because that's the history of the culture that has shaped our world today. Western philosophy is not better, it just achieved success along with its culture. And saying that this success proves...
Is it not better though? Is it, are you sure it's not better?
That Western philosophy is better shows an absolute lack of understanding what philosophy...
Like, I mean, obviously it's worth saying that, like, obviously Western philosophy versus Eastern philosophy have their advantages, disadvantages, and the various traditions that intersect them. But like, and like, as obviously our goal should be truth in general, right? Such that you'll take a good idea no matter where it comes from, right? But like, actually Western philosophy for the last 500 years sucks. I say that, like, but I mean, like, the lived philosophy, if we talk about, like, in a Hegelian sense, like, the way that people actually engage with the world for, like, really for a long time is sort of, like, been deteriorating. Then again, like, it seems that, from what I understand of Chinese philosophy, I'm not a fan either, especially, I mean, like, in general, Chinese philosophy, and then post-Mao was just, ugh. And then, although that might be our fault, actually. That might, but and then I don't know very much. I know a little bit. I mean, Hindu philosophy seems pretty cool. A lot of Hindu metaphysics and stuff seems pretty cool. And then I don't know much Jewish philosophy. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, Lewis. I'd probably say the Maoists are kind of, well, they're not Western. It's sort of like somewhere between, right?
Philosophy is not a hammer or a spade or a plunger. It's not a tool to do something. Philosophy is the art of thinking itself. And if someone judges it by who makes the biggest missiles, they reduce all of human reason to simply another device on the factory line. If it proves anything, then only the abject poverty of their own thinking. But while
literally has a go at the Marxists on the way out.
Western colonizers can be blamed for not caring about the cultures they were destroying. Western philosophy didn't even really know or care that other philosophies existed. To use the conversation analogy, these other philosophers were too far away from the people talking to contribute in any meaningful way. We can't outright blame them, but we also can't let the system off the hook, because the same structural problems still exist today. It's true that we can't integrate all these other philosophies into the conversation, but that just underlines how narrow-minded this conversation was. The holistic approach used by
I don't think it was very narrow-minded, limited in some respects, but you actually see like overlap between the traditions, like massive overlap between the traditions.
structuralism is just one example of notions popular elsewhere which were ignored in Western thought. Some of the others are looking at processes instead of static beings, or cycles instead of straight progressions, and finally, the big one, human communities instead of atomic.
And yeah, I agree, Lewis, and like Nietzsche did as well, like in terms of in terms of religious structures. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think the guy generalizes a lot, and badly.
We now have the potential to join these multiple conversations into one, but that's not an easy thing to do. They had their own histories and followed their own rules. But when we listen to more voices and consider more thoughts, there's really nothing to lose and everything to gain. One final note on what we call the Western philosophy. Its history wasn't all that Western. While Plato and Aristotle are absolute household names now, they had been lost to the West for centuries since approximately early Middle Ages. Aristotelian philosophy was being maintained in the Islamic world, and
when was Plato lost? Can someone explain to me when Plato was lost to the Western world? Like, at what point did Plato stop being influential? Because we got Plato through the Neoplatonists straight into the Christian tradition, right? Like, it was like a full-on, like... So I'm just wondering, like, at what point Plato wasn't a household name? And even Aristotle through Plato, even if we didn't have Aristotle fully until the later medievals. Like, at what point wasn't Plato a fucking house? Plato was there, man. Plato was always there. Like, come on. Like, all of Western philosophy can be attributed as footnotes to Plato for a reason, right? Because it's just all of it has been in response to Plato. Yeah, we had Aristotle, just not the physics. Yeah. Plato has always been there for a man. Like, 100%. No, but like, come on. Like, it just...
Reintroduced to Europe only around the 13th century. Plato, meanwhile, was low-key always there, but wasn't really talked about outside of the Byzantine Empire until the Renaissance in the 15th century.
You fucking what? You what? Alright, I've just lost all respect for this man. I've just lost absolutely all respect for this man. Have you... What? The man talks about, like, you know, not overgeneralizing because that'll make you stupid. It's at least know, like, the basics. Like, what about the Platonists didn't exist? Only within the Byzantine Empire, Lewis. That's what you've got to understand. Like, you know, you just don't... Hey, what about basically all of Christian philosophy? Not real. Not real. A lie. Not talked about. No one even mentioned Plato.
Sure, the Middle Ages weren't as dark as we've been led to believe by Renaissance folks, but there's a reason why many single-volume introductions of philosophy have maybe like 1 or 2 names between the 4th century Platonist Augustine of Hippo and 13th century Aristotelians like Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah, but like there's loads of church fathers. Like, you've got like Saint Irenaeus, you've got Bonaventure, you've got Boethius, you've got Saint Augustine, you've got I'm trying to think of others. Like, was it Victorius? I'm trying to think of like other like earlier medieval philosophers. But even then, like, okay, so then we've got Thomas Aquinas, we've got Thomas Aquinas, and we've got like loads of scholastics from Abelard to Rosalind to Occam onwards, right? Like, and this is way before Renaissance, right? Like, this is before the like, and they were all talking about Plato. It is delusional, Mario. I completely agree. They just don't care about how medieval philosophy had huge contributions. I think medieval philosophy was arguably the biggest, most refined contributor to the modern era, right? Like in the sense that it clearly structured the debate on for at least 500 years. Like, I mean, and I'm talking like post-Aquinas. So like not even like how it led up to Aquinas. But like when we see the debates become solidified at like points in like Boethius and then Aquinas, like the scholastics are structuring, and like you can see this in philosophy. Like I don't know how you could even pick up, like you can't even pick up Descartes, Locke, Hume. You can't pick up any of these, Hobbes, without them having a go at the schoolmen. Like there's always some sort of jab at the schoolmen. Even if you notice the fact that the schoolmen there's always like some sort of diss track on the schoolmen when everyone drops an album. Like that should probably give you an indication that the schoolmen are pretty big. Like you know, like.
Or at least that's one way to think that through. Hello there. Yep, it's still me.
Yeah. Okay. Right, I liked it a lot. I think that was very much oversimplified. I think that he's wrong on a lot of stuff. I think his explanations of like philosophers weren't too bad when he was like describing the philosophers. They were like sort of there. But I think that his understanding of philosophy, of Western philosophy as a whole, and how these concepts interrelate was pretty fucking awful. And his history was just atrocious. And he just sort of skips over like huge philosophical like eras, really, like epochs. Just so, I mean, like I don't want to sound like a dick because I appreciate that there's people making philosophy videos on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? And I know that I'm not making video essays such that I'm not getting criticized, and I know I need to make them. And part of the reason I'm not making them is because I'm so critical of my own philosophy. But man, no, man. No, you can't do that. You can't just pretend that like philosophy of language started in the 20th century. You can't do that. You know, it's just, you can't, like, you're just not allowed. You know, like, and also the way like nothingness didn't come in until the 20th century, and it was just an accident because we started doing philosophy of language. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like,
Structure.
Oh, nice 8-minute video. Okay, Mario. We'll watch it.
Structure, sign, and play is a critique of structurality. It's not just a critique of structuralism. It's a critique of the idea of anything that has a center, which is at the same time an enabling causal principle. In other words, I look at a structure, and I say it has a center. What do I mean by a center? I mean a blanket term, a guiding concept, a transcendental signified, something that explains the nature of the structure, and something also, as Derrida says, which allows for free play within the structure, but at the same time, you know, the structure has this kind of boundary nature. I mean, it may be amoeboid, but it still has boundaries, right? And so at the same time, limits the free play within the structure. And that's like the new critics saying that a text has structure. It has something that actually in the phenomenological tradition is called an intentional structure. You know, what Kant calls it purposiveness. That is to say, the way in which the thing is organized according to some sort of guiding pattern. But to speak of an intentional structure as a center is not at all the same thing as to speak of an intending person or author or being or idea that brought it into existence. Because that's extraneous. That's something prior. That's Genesis. That's a cause. Right? The intending author, in other words, is outside. whereas we can argue that the intentional structure is inside. But that's a problem. I mean, how do you get from an intending author to an intentional structure and back? A center is both a center and not a center, as Derrida maddeningly tells us. It is both that which organizes a structure and that which isn't really qualified to organize anything because it's not in the structure, it's outside the structure, and something that imposes itself from without, like a cookie cutter, on the structure. And so this then is an introductory moment in Derrida's thinking about centers. He talks about the history of metaphysics as a history of successive appeals to a center. That is to say, to some idea from which everything derives, some genesis or other that can be understood as responsible for everything that there is. And the list is very cunningly put together. This is bottom of the left-hand column. It's not necessarily chronological, but at the same time, it gives you a sense of successive metaphysical philosophers thinking about first causes, origins, about that which determines, about whatever it is that determines everything else. And I'll just take up the list toward the end: transcendentality, consciousness or conscience, God, man, and so forth. Notice that although the list isn't strictly chronological, man nevertheless does succeed God. In other words, he's thinking about the development of Western culture. In the Middle Ages, and to some extent in the early modern period, we live in a theocentric world. Man understands himself, insofar as he understands himself as man at all, man understands himself as a product of divine creativity, as something derived from God, as one entity among all other entities who participate in and benefit from the divine presence. But then, of course, the rise of Enlightenment is also the rise of anthropocentrism. And by the time Enlightenment is in full cry, you get everybody from Blake to Marx to Nietzsche saying not that God invented man, but that man invented God. Man has become the transcendental signified. Everything derives now, in this historical moment, from human consciousness. And all concepts of whatever kind can be understood in that light. But then, of course...
It's the search for ground. Like, I get it. Like, it's...
Of course, he says, having said man... he says, and so forth. In other words, something comes after man. Man is, in other words, an historical moment. There are lots of people who have pointed out to us that before a certain period there was no such thing as man, and in a variety of quite real senses, after a certain moment in the history of culture, there's also no such thing as man. And the argument Derrida is making about the emergence of his event is that a transcendental signified has actually substituted itself for man. In other words, the world is no longer anthropocentric, it's linguistic. Obviously, the event that
I really like this lecture. This guy's a really good lecturer.
Derrida is talking about, the emergence, the rupture, an event which makes a difference, is the emergence of language. The moment of emergence, the event, in other words, about halfway down, was that in which language invaded the universal problematic. In other words, that moment in which language displaced the previous transcendental signified, which was man. That in which, in the absence of a center or origin, everything became discourse, provided we can agree on this word. That is to say, when everything became a system where the central signified, the original or transcendental signified, is never absolutely present outside a system of differences. He's making a claim for language while erasing it. In other words, he's painfully aware that language is just the new God, the new man. And many critiques of deconstruction take the form of saying that...
And this is, like, in many ways heavily inspired by Nietzsche's arguments about aesthetic idealism as well. And this is why I think it's much better to tie this back onto the problem of ideology, man. Like, the problem of ideology is, and the death of God, like, not just, like, sort of linguistics.
That deconstruction simply...
It's like the reason why we started engaging in the philosophy of language in the first place.
Language, gives it agency, gives it consciousness as though it were God or man, and then pretends that it isn't. This is a common response to deconstruction. Derrida is aware of it in advance. He says, look, I know we're running this risk in saying everything is language, or if you will, here, everything is discourse. But at the same time, we are saying something different. Because hitherto, we had this problem of this. In other words, we had the problem of something being part of a structure. That is to say, God is immanent in all things. You know, human consciousness pervades everything that it encounters. In other words, something which is part of a structure, but which is at the same time outside of it. God creates the world and then, sort of as Milton says, himself uncircumscribed withdraws, right? God is not there. God is the Dieu caché. God is the hidden God who's absent from the world, is in effect the structure of the world. Same thing can be said of man. You know, man brings the sense of what the world is into being and then stands aside and somehow sort of takes it in through an aesthetic register or in some other remote way. Language doesn't do that. Language is perpetually immersed in itself. Derrida is claiming that language is different in the sense that it makes no sense to talk about it as standing outside of what's going on. And this is an essential part of the critique of structuralism. Language is not other than speech. It is perpetually manifest in speech.
I love the sound, like the big Windows sound.
It's simply a distinction that can't be maintained, which is why he calls it an event. In other words, something of significance has happened.
And this is what influences Foucault very much, in the sense that there is this constantly changing episteme and this evolving structure, this evolving normative structure.
Mr. Jones. And that is language.
I think Derrida's critical of Nietzsche, but I think he's been influenced heavily by him. I think that whole tradition was. What's the problem of ideology? In the sense, like, so, like, problem of ideology is basically how do you escape ideology? It seems that everything it sort of marks the it essentially marks the issue of how do you think outside of the structure of your own thinking. Shit. But that was good. I liked it. It was nice. It was nice. But can you not see how it ties into Nietzsche there, though, in terms of aesthetic idealism? The difference between Derrida and Nietzsche is that is how it's resolved, right? Derrida doesn't try and resolve it. He just thinks it's already kind of a resolution in itself. It's sort of a happening where Nietzsche wants to will a certain way and structure a certain way. Derrida's main influence is Heidegger. Yeah, okay, I would agree with that. But I don't think that means he's not influenced by Nietzsche. And I think even with Heidegger, I think if we're seeing Heidegger's very much influenced by Kierkegaard, I think he was also influenced. I don't think it would be fair to say Heidegger wasn't influenced by Nietzsche. Although I wouldn't say Heidegger's main influence was Nietzsche by any means. I think, I don't know. I think that, I think Derrida was very influenced by Sartre. even if he hates him. I think Foucault's very influenced by Derrida, man. Even if Derrida doesn't like Foucault. I really don't think like I don't like the French. Look, in my opinion, the French all say they hate each other in terms of in the French, like the early 20th century French philosophies all say they hate each other and they disagree, and yet they all seem remarkably similar from my perspective. Are you really going to tell me that Foucault was not inspired at all by Derrida? Heidegger's main influence was definitely Husserl. He was very influenced by Kierkegaard and he was influenced by Hegel. But I wouldn't have said that his main influence was Hegel. I think he was influenced a lot by Hegel. But I wouldn't say his main influence was Hegel. I mean, exactly. Like, I mean, the man took over the same position in the university as a man. Husserl's so good. At least some of Husserl was really good. I like Husserl, but like Heidegger's a dick to Husserl, like actually a dick. Like it's not even like it's actually repulsive how much of a dick Heidegger was to Husserl. Oh damn. Okay. I'm pretty sure Heidegger was an atheist. I'm not positive though. I'm pretty sure Heidegger was an atheist. Yeah, Heidegger did love Aristotle. Husserl's certainly like the biggest influence, like directly. I'm gonna have to go like, I don't know, man. You're saying that like Foucault wasn't really influenced by Derrida. That's sort of, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna have to go back. Did he die a Catholic? Really? Didn't know that. I only have knowledge of early Heidegger though. I keep saying this, like my late Heidegger is non-existent. Being in Time is the only thing I've read, and I'd recommend Being in Time. Although, like, late Heidegger basically murders the early Heidegger, from what I understand. Okay. My brain is somewhat shutting off now, and I'm trying to work out whether we should just call it or whether I should continue. Foucault was well into his career by the time he even taught Derrida, much less than Derrida was influential. Yes. Sure. But I'm pretty sure they were on good terms for quite a while. And then, like, obviously, Foucault influenced Derrida. And I want to say, like, did Derrida take over Foucault's position in the university after he died? Or was it the other? Or am I thinking, like, Deleuze? No, because Deleuze never actually got, like his position in the university was, like, he got, like, a shit position in a university. He never actually got, like, a good position, did he? Oh, no, he was. There we go, I having a read upon, like, early French philosophy's history is kind of weird. I want to say Foucault, though. had like a stupidly good position in terms of his career, didn't he? He's like yeah, became head of the philosophy department at the New Experimental. Okay, that was founded in 1968, wasn't it? But I'm sure there was like he had like a position, and it was I can't remember what that called. It's like an honorary position. I'm sure there's like it was like a French honorary position, and I can't remember what it was called. And I'm sure it had like there was like a basically a council of academics. It was like a famous thing in France. Um, I have to double check, but I know what I'm sure it was like a that he held like a stupidly influential position. So I remember reading something about that, and then I'm pretty sure that I want to say Derrida took over his position when he died, but I might be wrong. Does anyone know about the bloody career of Foucault and Derrida to the point where they know that? I'm getting people mixed up, and I might be thinking about just how they got the doctorates. I'm actually pulling this from me lectures on Oh, well, it's unimportant. I'll work it out in my own time. Okay. PP, will you ever study formal logic? Like with all those trees and charts and funny symbols? Like, you mean like truth tables and everything? I want to study a little bit more logic, to be fair. I mean, PP would agree that the idea of essence, but I consider Hegel an enemy to my philosopher, and I have no authority in my view, that I don't find Hegel's philosophy respectable. We mean like Aquinas? You see Hegel as an enemy to Aquinas? I've just got sent loads of stuff epic as well. You're happy to send us some reading? I've just got sent like loads of reading by like CEP, and I still need to send him some stuff over. Let's say general scholastic philosophy, but yeah. Well, I don't think they're necessarily in competition to the point in which they're incompatible. I just think Hegel is like post-Kantian. That's the main difference. But yeah, I guess like you can't be a scholastic and post-Kantian in the same way. Just that you can't affirm all of scholasticism in post-Kantian philosophy. Just drawing an analogy between Derrida and Foucault. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, I don't think they're like talking about the same thing. I think Derrida is in many ways not as radical as Foucault. I don't know, they're still both really radical for me. I don't like either of their philosophies, man. From what I've read of them, I like Foucault on history and like political philosophy is interesting, but like, no. You know what? Actually, you know, I never thought I'd say this, but you know the Chomsky-Foucault debate. You know how that's a big one, right? Everyone watches Chomsky-Foucault. Do you know, like now, I kind of like there's a kind of bitterness there that they were like philosophical representatives. Like, you know that there was better philosophers than Chomsky and Foucault. I mean, Chomsky in the sense like in linguistics, yeah, absolutely. But in terms of politics and ethics when they're debating, there is definitely better philosophers then, right? Like, I agree, Mario. That seems about right. But I think that the way that Derrida relates to truth is still postmodern, post-structuralist. Do you not? It is, but he cares about it. That's good, I guess. Okay. Do we continue with the live stream or do we call it here? PP, watch my video. Anscombe's pretty base, like. Anscombe's like actually like pretty solid. I doubt Anscombe could have spoke to Derrida and Foucault. I just don't think it would have. You know, I think Bourriat. I prefer Bourriat to the kind of Foucauldian approach. If we're going like this sort of style. I don't really like any of this, man. 20th century French philosophy was mostly a very big mistake. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't believe that, but like, yes. Watch your video, Max. Wait a minute. How long is your video? Because I was just talking about leaving. A new ontological argument. Or do you mean the God is dead Nietzsche one? Your choice. Okay. Go on, we'll take the ontological argument one. Capturing Christianity.
Stress.
An hour? Oh, what? I feel like I've been lied to. Is the other one 20 minutes long? If the other one's not 20 minutes long, I'm gonna ban you, man. 28 minutes long. The other's 28 minutes long, Maximo. And I've already reviewed a lot of long videos already, man. I'm suppose it does. Cisco punch. Suppose it does. 2 times speed. I'm willing to do 2 times speed on it, but I don't know if it'll ruin the experience for everyone. I think it would. Let's see, have I got... This is 10 minutes, man. I'm going for 10 minutes. I'm sorry, man. Ugh. It's okay, Cisco.
Sense, right?
So this is Democracy, Conspiracy and Democracy, The Case Against Democracy. And this is by Dr. Blunt, who's a PhD in, I think, political science. And from the UK.
Do you think a person should have a license to drive a car? Of course. Do you think they should have a license to own a gun?
Next time, Max, I promise.
Well, it makes sense, right? Do you think you should have a medical degree to practice as a doctor? Of course you should. So why do we let everyone over a certain age vote? We accept, indeed, we demand that restrictions are placed on things like driving, ownership of dangerous items, or the practice of medicine. Why? Because you have to show that you can use the power that comes with these items or a position of responsibility. We don't let someone get behind the wheel of a car without a license because they would be a reasonable threat to themselves or others. The same is true with gun licenses. If you think that people ought to be able to own firearms, because things can go wrong, right? Now, I remember a very special episode of Beverly Hills 90210 when Scotty found his dad's gun and accidentally shot himself.
Scott, come on, they found some... Hey, David, check this out. Scott, put that!
Firearm safety matters, people. And we don't let anyone...
That was such a good scene.
practice medicine because doctors occupy a position over their patients that demands trust and knowledge. If you're going to let someone cut you open with your ticker, you need to be sure that they know what they're doing. Now, what joins all of these arguments is that they involve the ability to harm other people. Yet, when it comes to the most important and dangerous social technology human beings have ever invented, the state, we seem content to give everyone an equal share. This is a pretty bold move when you consider that the state can legitimately lock you up, it can kill you, it can send you to war. It makes driving a car or owning a gun look tame by comparison. This is the argument put forward by epistocrats, people who think that only the wise should rule. The first thing we need to say is that this seems like a rebranding of old-school anti-democratic thought. And it is, right? It evokes Plato's philosopher kings, whose authority was based on their access.
I don't know, man. Like, there's people who argue for, I have a friend who argues for a license to vote, and he's actually very much pro-democracy, but believes that the license to vote should be essentially just a means of, you put your details in the sense that you say that, you register to vote, and then when you register, you have to answer some basic questions about the election, and those basic questions are just on the topics like, do you understand what you're voting about? And the information's publicly available, even at the place you're registering, right? So it's, Cisco says, is there a restriction on voting though? Does ex-cons not be able to vote count? Well, I think that's only in the United States. Like, many countries actually allow convicts to vote. Like in the UK, I'm pretty sure you can vote if you're a convict. What we really, like, even in terms of age restrictions, people keep arguing for them to be lower. So like there's limitations, but not entirely, not to the point of a license or anything.
To knowledge of the good. But it also includes liberals, like John Stuart Mill. He was a champion of individual liberty, but he also thought that voting systems should be such that people with more knowledge should have weightier votes. And it's not just in theory. It was also in practice. Prior to 1950 in the United Kingdom, graduates of Oxford, Cambridge, London, Dublin, the ancient Scottish universities, and some other ones, all had their own university seats that they would vote for, as well as their local constituency MP. Indeed, for a very brief time, the University of Sydney had its own seat in the state legislature elected by graduates. And this may seem something from the past, but Ireland still has its university seats in the Senate. So what are the arguments put forward by?
I think it's actually a good idea to have an institutional body, like in terms of a house. I think it's actually a solid idea.
Epistocrats. David Estlund gives us 3 tenets that lead to epistocracy. The first is the truth tenet, that there are some true, at least in a minimal sense, procedure-independent normative standards that can be used to assess political decision. There's truth out there, and
that's the basis of, democracy as a whole. Otherwise, it's just going to be terrible, right?
You can know it.
There's no truth. Oh yeah, we'll just vote for the fun of it.
Second premise is the knowledge tenet. Some people, and relatively few of them, have better knowledge of these standards than others. For example, someone who studies politics at university.
You can see that even in ancient Greece, in terms of democracy, they would give greater weight to those whose techne reflected the vote that was going on. So like this even at the dawn of politics, you can see this is where you get an understanding of constitutional governance, right?
University, which leads us to 3, the authority tenet. The greater knowledge of these standards warrants greater political authority. So if we believe that there is knowledge and that some people have more of it, it gives them the authority to have greater political weight. Now, Estlund rejects this idea of epistocracy because the authority tenet, according to him, is flawed. There might be more knowledgeable people in a community. However, they might be biased, right? Their perceptions might be distorted, and that might distort their use of knowledge.
Obviously, people like Aristotle make this point. It's just essentially about political virtue. It's not just about knowing better and being better individually. It's about the virtue of the body of the people versus the virtue of the smaller of the few.
Now, these biases don't have to be driven by malevolence. There just has to be a reasonable chance that they could be present but undetected in the minds of the educated. So think, for example, about your typical university student. Historically, we're talking about people who come from the middle class and upper middle class. Historically, they have been men, as well. Historically, they have been white. Now, they might not be racist, sexist, or classist, but those intersections of privilege might make them somewhat unconsciously biased about the concerns of people who don't fit that pattern. So giving them extra weight causes a problem. Now, what Estlund says is that this will fail a general acceptance test, right? So we're gonna have to ask people, would you accept this? If you were not, say, university educated, would this be reasonable to you? Well, you can raise a reasonable worry about prejudice if you didn't go to university. And this is enough to short-circuit Estlund's argument for epistocracy. Well, actually, Estlund doesn't make an argument for epistocracy. He introduced the term only to tear it down. However, in recent years, people have made a serious stab at defending epistocracy. Chief among them is Jason Brennan. Now, Brennan is a political philosopher with whom I disagree about almost everything, but I read much of what he writes because he's a pretty entertaining author. Now, he says that the tenets are true, but we need to get rid of that third tenet. We don't need the authority tenet. What we need is the anti-authority tenet, where the ignorance of some justifies their exclusion rather than the wisdom of some justifying their inclusion. So the reason that he gives...
I'm not gonna lie. That's interesting.
Is very simple. Ignorance is dangerous. If we give people who lack the knowledge or wisdom political power, we are putting them in a position where they can harm innocent people. Now, a reply here might be something like, we respect autonomy in liberal societies, and that includes the right to make...
I mean, it really should just, rather than like banning them from the vote, I think it just means that we need to increase our education.
...bad choices, so long as they harm only yourself. I can choose to, I don't know, buy a bunch of Dogecoin, right? You know, and if it plummets down to being worthless, well, I just have to eat that. I made that bad.
Yeah, that's the main risk, isn't it? Like, imagine being banned from the voting because the government tells you you're ignorant. Yeah, it's like, my main worry is just that it's just going to be used as a political mechanism to stop people from voting. That's why I'm against it, because I'm just like, all right, it's just going to be a weapon.
Choice. We might also say, well, if people...
You're ignorant. Why am I ignorant? Because you disagree with me.
People elect an incompetent demagogue, they're going to suffer the consequences. That's fair. Whether you're investing in bad crypto or voting for someone like Donald Trump, you just have to pay the piper if you make that choice. The problem here is that this rests in a pretty serious disanalogy. If people elect someone unfit for office, it's not just them who is harmed, right? Think of it like this. Let's say 4 people are leaving a party and they're driving home. 3 of them are drunk. They need to decide who is going to drive the car. Now, instead of letting the sober person drive, they put it to a vote. And 3 people vote to let the drunkest person drive. And then they grab the sober person and make them get in the car with them. And they drive off and drive, right off a bridge, killing everyone. This is what democracy authorizes. It lets the ill-informed, the ignorant, just the plain stupid influence decisions that can harm a great deal of innocent people.
Liz fucking Truss. Come on down.
But what is the alternative? Winston Churchill once said, "Many forms of government have been tried, and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time." You're welcome for my Churchill impression, by the way. So what does epistocracy look like in practice? Like all forms of thinking about government, whether we're talking about authoritarianism or democracy, there are different ways of cashing it out. The most obvious one is a restricted ballot. If you want to vote, you have to pass a test of political knowledge. A second option might be a veto. Instead of having 2 democratically elected chambers of government, we say that one of them will be elected by a restricted ballot, and the knowledgeable can exercise veto over the Democratic Assembly. We might agree with someone like John Stuart Mill and say that there should be plural voting. If you go to university, if you can pass a test, if you have a qualification in a trade, perhaps, you get more votes because you are more intelligent, ? And then there's values-only voting. So everyone can vote, but they can only vote on general aims. So we say we want to create a fairer society, or we want to solve climate change. But the way we get there is not left to the ordinary people. It's left up to experts. They are delegated the policy choices. We simply point them in the right direction. And finally, there's artificial intelligence. And this is one that I find really fantastic. We make an oracle, right? The oracle is an AI that can predict what a simulated community of perfectly informed and rational voters would choose. So this AI would have, a virtual Australia with a virtual...
Wait, how would it do that?
...form of all of us who live in Australia.
Why? That's like beating around the bush. Like, why would you just think it would just be rational? Like, that sounds like the worst of all worlds, man.
But stripped of all of our biases...
Now we've got a dumb robot who doesn't care about her.
...and ignorance, and it asks itself, what would these people choose in conditions of rationality and perfect information?
Like, you've used ChatGPT, like it...
From there, we get the policy that we want. I love sci-fi examples like this. When it was first put out, I was just like, oh, this is never going to be true. But ChatGPT, y'all, I know that it's lurking around someone's essay. And one day it's going to be writing our foreign policy, and the world is just going to go. Each of these approaches is epistocratic, insofar as it gives more weight to the knowledgeable.
I like how he's just like, and then the world will end.
They're either getting more votes, they're shifting policy, or they're creating the AI that is going to control the world. Now look, I'll admit it, there have been times when I've watched a video online of people doing the most incredibly stupid things imaginable or spouting off ludicrous conspiracy theories, and I thought, wow, they have the same power as me in our political system. And it sort of brings forward the attraction of epistocracy, right? You can't trust people. People are silly. They voted for Nazis. They voted for Trump. Why are we so into democracy? Perhaps epistocracy is better. Well,
I think that the best form of government is a one that is well mediated. And I'm going to use the word mediated until I die.
In the next part, I might take up the lance for democracy.
We want a constitutional government, man. Yeah, who's going to teach the AI its rational end is? Oh, God. It's going to be terrible. It's going to just be terrible. It's terrible. Okay, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this stream. If you like it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and as always, try to gain some perspective. And by the way, check out my course. It's in the description. Good night, everyone.